All right, you are good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everybody ready to go and our mics all set up? Okay. Well, good afternoon and welcome to the regular board meeting of the East Bay Regional Park District. Our March 7th meeting. We're beginning today at 1:04. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll, please?
Yes, President Waspy. Director Coffey,
Present.
Director Eccles,
Present.
Director Mercurio.
Here.
Director Rosario,
Here.
Director Corbett,
Here.
Director San Juan,
Here.
President Waspy,
Here.
General Manager Landreth,
Here.
and General Counsel Burgo.
Here.
All right. Director Mercurio, would you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Member Rosario, will you lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Thank you. The East Bay Regional Park District's headquarters is located within the Huichun territory on the unceded lands of the Ohlone Chochenyo speaking peoples, who have continuously lived upon this land since time immemorial. The lands now encompassed within the boundaries of the East Bay Regional Park District are the ancestral territory of the Ohlone, Bay Miwok, and Delta Yokut. Today's Ohlone, Bay Miwok, and Delta Yokut people are thriving, vital members of a greater Bay Area community. They remain intrinsically connected to the land that they have stewarded since time immemorial. And so please join us in recognizing and honoring this land, their ancestors, elders, descendants, and all other members of their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the approval of the agenda. But first, I'd like to note Director Eccles is meeting remotely. And Director Eccles, I have a question that by law we have to ask. Are you there? Is there any other individuals with you, 18 years of age or older, that are going to be present in the room with you?
No, President Waspy, there is no one else in the room with me. You may see my 9-year-old daughter who's homesick today pop her head in, but no one over 18.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's the formality we go through now. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote?
Yes, President Waspy. Director Eccles,
Aye.
Director Corbett, Director Rosario,
Aye.
Director Coffey,
Aye.
Director Mercurio,
Aye.
Director San Juan,
Yes.
and President Waspy.
All right. Thank you. So the agenda is approved. We'll now move to public comments. Are there any public comments? Madam
Yes.
Clerk?
Yes, President Waspy, there's one public commenter in the room, and then we also received an email from, no, that was specific. No, we only have one public comment. And that's Renee Patterson.
Okay, well, first off, let's go through the process. We do
Yes.
welcome public comments. We hope you can be here in person, but if you can't, you're welcome to join this meeting in any way you want. And there are a few methods to do that. Madam Clerk, could you tell us a couple of those methods?
Yes,
Or all of
President
the
Waspy.
methods?
Public comments can be submitted one of 3 ways: via email to publiccomment@evparks.org, via voicemail at 510-544-2016, leaving a message which will be transcribed and given to the board and made a part of the record, public record, or simply by joining the meeting via the Zoom link, which is listed on the agenda posted on the district's website. The submission of public comments was noticed on the agenda and in the board packet, which was posted on the district's website on March 3rd, 2023. All emails received prior to deadline on Monday, March the 5th have been distributed to the board and executive team. Any emails that have come in after this date will be organized and given to the board after this meeting. Thank you.
All right, so let's start with the people here. Renee?
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, President Waspy. Good afternoon, board members. I'm here today to remind you that AFSCME filed an unfair practice charge with PERB for the state of California Public Employee Relations Board on August 26th, 2022. That's over 6 months ago. For bad faith bargaining, interference, direct dealing, and unilateral implementation in regards to the telecommunications policy. And I will come back until this issue is resolved. I'll come back at every board meeting until it's resolved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
President Wasp, we also have one member of the public on the line, Sarah Lounsbury. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Sarah. I work for the district and I want to comment on telework. Last year, management illegally implemented a new restrictive telework policy without meeting their legal obligation to meet and confer in good faith. Management's last, best, and final offer was almost identical to their previous proposals and maintained all of their significant positions, including maximum of 2 days per week telework or 1 day per week if working a flex schedule. This resulted in an unfair practice charge filed with the Public Employment Relations Board against the Park District. A final decision has not yet been made. I am asking that you direct management to work with the union to create a telework policy that works for all parties and protects our fundamental union rights. Personally, working from home makes me happier and healthier. I can spend more time with family and less time commuting and polluting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up in the gallery. So with that, we'll move to the consent calendar. Today's consent calendar consists of 10 items. Are there any members that would like to add, pull, or comment, or have questions on any consent calendar items?
I'll pull item E.
Okay, Director San Wong would like to pull item E. Director Coffey?
Yes.
And you have an item on E. Seeing no others. No one from the public has any questions on the consent calendar. Okay, then let's move to item E, which is the approval of the appointment of Bruce Henry and Andrew Carey to the Park Advisory Committee, appointments of Director San Wong.
Yes, I'll start with this real quick to introduce the two candidates. Andrew Carey is a resident of Newark, and he was previously my predecessor director, Ann Wieskamp's appointee, and I served with him on the Park Advisory Committee, and I found him to have really good input. And, you know, these appointments happen fast. And I do think looking at the map of Ward 5, it is important to have someone from the Fremont, Newark area. And I trust Ann's decision to appoint Mr. Carey. And so I decided to continue that. And he was also eager to continue to serve. So that's one of the candidates for the Park Advisory Committee. The other candidate, Bruce Henry. He is an active mountain biker in the Pleasanton Ridge, as well as a hiker. So he does understand a lot of the different conversations that are happening in regards to trail user conflicts, which I know is one of our priorities here at the Park District. And he is also pretty connected to the mountain biking group, both, you know, all the different types of users. And so I do think he'll have some good input on the Park Advisory Committee. I also know that while I served on the Park Advisory Committee, Rick, who had been on the committee, was also a very active bike rider, but he termed out. So I think it's important to have that perspective as we look at the makeup of the Park Advisory Committee. And I can share anecdotally, you know, we received from Public Affairs the 2023 calendars, and I went to a lot of the different businesses along Main Street in Pleasanton to hand out the calendars. And I can share that the most enthusiasm that I received was from the bike shop on Main Street. They were very excited to receive the calendar. And so I do know that this is a topic that we as a board are working on and will continue to work on. And that's one reason I recommend Bruce Henry for the Park Advisory Committee.
Great, thank you. Member Coffey.
I was going to ask that. I wanted to know who he was, what his background was.
we used to routinely get in our board packets when these appointments were made, at least brief resumes, summaries, backgrounds on who it is we're reporting. Last month, we were appointed 2 new people. There was no bio, nothing in the background on these people in our board packet. And today I just wasn't going to vote on it because I don't know who this person is. I didn't know what the background is. So thank you very much for describing and giving that background. I appreciate it. So I will vote on it.
Thank you. And then I would add, I find this valuable, hearing your reportage. Thank you and your appointees. But I think it's important. The mayor's conference appoints people from both counties. The special districts from 2 counties appoint people. We appoint 2 every 2 years, obviously, and the Board of Soups and the union. So if I don't know if it's a difficult thing to do, but I truly appreciate the bios in the packet. I can't perceive it to be that tough, and it's a value to me because I want to meet these people and have a little bit of background. So thank you. Hope we can do that in the future.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, President Wasp. We'll in the future, we'll make sure that we bring those bios back.
Great.
Our apologies.
And I'd like to get them for the 2 we appointed last month.
Last month. Okay, yeah, we'll send those out.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, if there are no further questions on the consent calendar items, do I have a motion to accept? Moved by member Corbett, seconded by member Mercurio. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote?
Yes, President Waspy. Director Eccles,
Aye.
Director Corbett,
Aye.
Director Rosario, Director Coffey,
Aye.
Director Mercurio, Director San Juan,
Yes.
and President Waspy.
All right, motion passes unanimously. The consent calendar passes unanimously. All right, we'll move to announcements. Madam General Manager, do we have any announcements? Nope, hearing none, we'll move to Acquisition, Stewardship and Development Division, authorization to exercise a purchase option and accept, transfer and appropriate $11,363,600 to acquire 767.8 acres of real property from the Coleman Foley Junior Trustee, Morgan Territory Regional Preserve. Mike, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Wasp, members of the board. I am Mike Reeves, our real property specialist, senior real property specialist, Rachel Lynn, will be presenting on this item. Rachel has been managing this project and been working to bring all the pieces together. We can be here before you today. But before California governors. Thank you, Sarah.
Pardon me, Eric. Elizabeth, are you having a hard time hearing? Pardon me.
I can't hear it.
Is there any way we can get Elizabeth hooked up or with the?
I think his mic was off.
Oh, okay.
Test.
Okay. Is that better?
Great. Thank you. Sorry.
Just to recap, speaking to this item as it relates to the state's 30 by 30 goals, to protect 30% of the land and 30% of the water by 2030. This was an opportunity that was presented to Governor Delegate. This acquisition also speaks to the 30 by 30 goals of expanding access and more equitable access. Government Affairs was asked to participate in this acquisition possibility, given the timeline in terms of financing an acquisition. So we were asked to make a direct budget ask of Assemblymember Bauer Cahan. We took her on site and with her staff, and they all remarked to achieve that this acquisition would meet the state's goals of 30 by 30. And so they were going to submit a direct budget request. When it became clear that the budget was going to have a robust climate package, they redirected us to applying for funding in that category. So we had the State Coastal Conservancy on site. They immediately said that this aligns with 30 by 30 and asked if we could submit a pre-application. And I just wanted to acknowledge the great work done by Rachel in providing background for both Lisa Baldwin and her to make the legislative member ask, and then for Kate to make the grant application to the Conservancy. One final word on it is after the site visit from Rebecca Bauer Cahan, her staff asked us to sit down and talk about other possible acquisitions and projects that could align with the state's 30 by 30 goals. So a real win-win, and glad we're bringing it up for you today.
Good afternoon, Rachel Lem, Senior Real Property Specialist. Just bear with me 1 second. I'll slide them. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure this afternoon to present the Fuller property acquisition. This is a 767.8 acre property valued at $11.4 million. And today we're seeking authorization to exercise the option to purchase the property and to appropriate funds for the acquisition and related costs. The ranch shown here in orange is just south of Mount Diablo State Park, southwest of Morgan Territory Regional Preserve, west of Henley Road. It leads into the Great Canyon area of Mount Diablo. It's near the communities of Black Hawk and Tassajara in unincorporated Contra Costa County. Access is off of Finley Road, which connects to Toledo Tassajara, a main thoroughfare in the area. The property is largely undeveloped aside from cattle infrastructure, including a well, and will be protected in its natural condition as per the state's 30 by 30 initiative. There is a network of ranch roads on the property, which can be potentially converted into trails. And there are flat areas right off of Finley Road, which could also potentially be developed with the staging area in the future. The ranch generally has rolling grassy hills, which makes it look savanna. The valley in the center of the property gives a really secluded experience, despite the site's proximity to developed neighborhoods. The loop trail within the property would give views towards Mount Diablo and Morgan Territory and beyond. The property also fills a gap in the planned Tassajara Creek Trail, which once complete will run from Dublin Pleasanton and BART Station all the way to the state park. There are two creeks on the property, Alpo Creek, and then a tributary and part of Tassajara Creek. Together with the state park, this acquisition would protect nearly all of the headwaters of Tassajara Creek. In this view, you can see the neighboring communities. Acquisition of this piece would also serve as part of the green wall along the urban limit line to reinforce community planning for open space in this area. The north side of the property transitions to chaparral with a steep rock escarpment along the border with Mount Diablo State Park. The diversity of habitats we have on the site provides homes for a wide variety of species, including golden eagles, burrowing owls, California red-legged frog, and western pond turtle. Currently, access into this part of Mount Diablo State Park is via a walk-in trailhead only at the end of Finley Road. There's limited off-street parking further up the road, shown here, but that can fill up quickly on busy weekends and holidays. As mentioned earlier, this property has a flat area right adjacent to the road, which could be developed with a staging area, making for easier and expanded access to this network of open space. As Eric and Mike touched on, this project is really closely aligned with state 30 by 30 goals. In addition to the opportunity for recreation and public access, this is also a significant chunk of land conservation in this area. This is the largest undeveloped parcel in private ownership, and protecting it will buffer out the state park, Morgan Territory, and protect wildlife corridors. I want to highlight that this is really a capstone acquisition to a long history of conservation efforts in this area. The Park District has worked with state parks and Save Mount Diablo for decades to protect land in Bruce Canyon and to open up public access to this really beautiful landscape. The purchase price for the Foley Ranch is $11.4 million. This is based on a third-party appraisal commissioned by the Park District. $400,000 was previously deposited into escrow, which is creditable to the purchase price. Under the agreement with the landowner, the Park District has until March 24th to exercise the purchase option, and then we'll have 30 days after that to close. The slide is a little dense, but all of this is repeated in your packet. I want to highlight here the State Coastal Conservancy grant of $7 million for the acquisition. We're so thrilled and grateful for State Coastal Conservancy's support of this project. They're excited about it for the same reasons we are. It supports the state's 30x30 initiatives, and it's a real conservation area for this area. The balance of the purchase price is made up of a combination of Measure AA and Measure WW funds. Again, there's more detail in your packet. And these funds will go towards to balance the purchase price, title and escrow fees, and safety and security projects that are needed to secure the property while staff here undergoes the planning process. Before we move on, I want to thank Government and Legislative Affairs for all of their support, planning, stewardship, legal operations, plenty of folks around the district for their hard work and feedback. Thank you, and Mike and I are available for any questions.
Any questions, comments from board members? Member San Juan, thank you.
I have a few questions and comments. My first comment is this, I think, is a really great opportunity for the Park District. I know it's so important to think about not just having this land that connects to this wonderful state park, Mount Diablo, that we have in the East Bay, but also thinking about the headwaters. I know I personally am really into thinking about the Alameda Creek watershed, and all of the water on that side of Mount Diablo flows through the Alameda Creek watershed area. So this really is important, thinking about the headwaters of Tassajara Creek specifically. I know in Dublin, we have East Bay Regional Parks has a trail, the Tassajara Creek Trail. I believe it might actually be Zone 7 land, and then the Park District runs the trail. Will that be part of the trail that connects ultimately to this land that we're looking at? Do we know? Or is it going to be more the road, Tassajara Creek Road, that we're hoping to connect from the BART station?
It's a combination of, my understanding of the trail is that it's a combination of purpose-built trail and then also area trail on the road. And it connects to this area. And it's kind of a patchwork of ownership license.
Yes, I'm very familiar. I actually study all the maps, so I'm very familiar with all that patchwork. And I think that that's great that, we do have such great collaboration and partnership. I think that there's a lot of interest to connect all these trails to Mount Diablo, and also to be able to go from the BART station to Mount Diablo. I think it's going to be such a good opportunity for park users. And so I certainly, as we continue to look at that opportunity, I hope that we'll receive updates here on the board about that, because I recall that there might have been a conversation. I wasn't here on the board when this conversation was happening, but from what I understand, BART used to highlight some of the East Bay Regional Park facility, some of our parks and some of our sites on the BART maps, but that's since been removed. And so that might be something that we can start to look to partner, especially thinking about this particular trail to Mount Diablo, and then also the Iron Horse Trail, which goes through 2 BART stations. I think that that's something that we may want to continue to have the conversation with BART on, because I think access to the trails and to the parks is really important. Yeah, thank you. I think this is a really good opportunity for us.
D.
Thank you. Congratulations. Very good presentation. I think this is my first time seeing you in front of the board. Is that right?
I did one early in Bull Branch.
Okay. Well,
Entirely virtual.
well done. Thank you, and welcome. Good to see you in person. I think this is a great purchase. And if this purchase happens to go through, do we know how much is going to be left in the AA?
Both of the AA funds will be cleared out, and then WW funds, let's see, Measure WW for Diablo Foothills will have $4,850,000 remaining. And Morgan Territory, WW will have 4,273,000, and that's for the acquisition.
Great, thank you. And then this is just a kind of general comment. You know, as we continue to grow, I'm really concerned about our fire department and commitments made by our fire department, that we continue to right size to make sure our fire department is able to meet those commitments. So especially just the permanent fire department as well as our on-call resources. So I just want to make sure that we look to that right sizing so that we can meet those commitments. So thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Member Curio.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation as well, and for the inspirational images that you presented there. I'm ready to go. Ready to go right now. So which brings me to the question that many of us are going to get is what's a rough time frame as to when that might be available for public access?
May I defer to Brian Holt if he's here? Thank you.
And I understand it's a fraught question, so it's a rough range,
Should have anticipated that question.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, Trails and GIS. It is the perennial question, and it's not necessarily as something that I can answer easily. We will begin, doing whatever resource studies are needed on the property to sort of understand what the opportunities and constraints are. Traditionally, Park District, our processes to develop a land use plan or a land use plan amendment, something along those lines, or move forward with a design of a staging area, that type of thing. The one thing I can say for certain is it probably won't be soon. Because it does take a long time to get the permitting, in place, to get the design done, and really to work through the resource agencies to get all the permitting that's necessary. So if I've learned one thing in this role, is it's not to overpromise on when we can give public access to some of these sites, and it's a challenging process, as you'll see in some of our later presentations today too. So we'll work on it, but it takes time.
Would there be opportunities to have lead hikes on this? I know we've done that in the Naval Weapons Station.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's a good point, and that's a good question. Absolutely, we do. We have done that on other properties.
Yeah.
I've done land bank tours, as we've called them, naturalist-led hikes. I think that's a really good strategy to start to get public access out in those early phases before we go through the whole permitting and planning process. So,
and I have another question. Maybe this is for you. So when do we actually get the keys?
That would be a question for Mike.
Okay. All right.
Or Rachel.
Because that's a nice step, to recognize is when.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We would exercise the option by March 24th and close within 30 days after that. So April 24th at the outset, if everything goes smoothly.
Okay, good. And then I noticed that there's a condition. Well, no, there's not a condition. That's my question, I guess. So one of the things that has to be done is to clear the debris. And I've been on enough of this kind of property to know that they all have that, because it's 100+ years of accumulation. But don't we ever make that a condition of purchase that some part of it be removed by the previous owner?
We do sometimes. Would you like to take this?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Director Mercurio, on that question. Again, Mike Reeves, Chief of Land Acquisition. So you're right. Over the course of my career, when we're acquiring one property, then the next one, as the opportunities arise, often find that the pile of junk that was on the boneyard that was on the one property shows up at the next property because it gets just moved along, and then we're looking at that larger.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That's pretty okay.
But in this case, actually, the debris is that's referred to is the remnants, and I mean remnants. Like there's nothing vertical standing of what was probably a homestead initially, and the boneyard for this ranch is actually on the other side of Finley Road, on the east side of Finley Road. That's also part of the same ownership. This acquisition is for all the lands that are on the west side of the road. So on the east side of the road, you have a working ranch compound, and you have the boneyard there for that entire property. So it's a pretty de minimis amount of debris, but that is part of our going into a negotiation. Our expectation is, and that's all negotiable, of course, but our expectation is that the property owner would clean the property up, would remove personal property and debris prior to our exercising the option and acquiring.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. Thank you. I just have some comments now, if this is the appropriate time for that as well.
Sure.
Yeah. So the images that we saw, the one I'm going to be kind of thinking about right now is that one, and it's a Scott Hine photo of all the cars parked along that's not the kind of stuff he usually does, but it tells a good story that this is this area is very much in demand as a place to go hiking and biking and riding and all the other things we do in the open space. And so that's a really good indicator that this is a very valuable piece of property because it's going to allow us to have better access, not only into the parcel itself, but into the state park, which brings me to another aspect of this is that Director Sanwong, you're talking about the trail connection from Pleasanton, and I'm on the other side. So I'm thinking about coming south. If you really think about it, there's that property when it's open provides a key link in a potential really, really long hike. And I don't know if it's just me, but I kind of feel like long distance hiking is kind of like coming up in the world in the last so many years, maybe because of the ultralight equipment aspect. It enables you to cover more miles in a day. But this is an area here where we can actually train for long distance hikes outside of California and other places because the trails are so long. You get up into Mount Diablo, and then you've got an east-west aspect of going to Walnut Creek or going to across to Morgan Territory and beyond. So I'm excited about that too. And then finally, you can keep saying green wall all you want. I love that hearing that because it's a wall that we like, here in the district. And it's to me, it just conjures up a defense against encroachment of sprawl, and I think that's what it's meant to convey. And I appreciate that we're doing our part to kind of contain the development and allow the land beyond it to be utilized for habitat and for recreation as well. So anyway, thank you for all your work on this one. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, I had a question or two. So I think this is an incredible purchase. I think it's going to be wonderful. It looks so appealing. And like the directors have said before, it seems very appealing. And with we talked about access and John, I think you talked about access points. So I understand the concept. I thought Brian would just say the stock 30 years will open it like we normally talk around here. But it seems like it's very close into Blackhawk, right? I mean, and there Camino, whichever road that is, Camino, whatever it's called, is close. Are people going to trespass? Well, I just find it very appealing. I guess there's no answer to that question. I find it'll be very, very appealing, and I hope we can get it open as the trespass. Anyway, it's very appealing. I think I'm really happy that we have these grant opportunities. I love these. We continue we're making these incredible partnerships with the Coastal Conservancy, Save Mount Diablo. I ignorantly said, "Hey, where's the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy on this one?" And then I looked at my map, of course, and said, "Oh, wait, that is, well, it's in Contra Costa County, but it's not in East Contra Costa County." Were we close? No, not even close to there. Okay, cool. I like the partnerships as they are then. And that's it. Thank you for your presentation. It looks like a wonderful, wonderful acquisition. And who's the board member out there? Would someone like to make the motion to accept this? Or
I'll second.
all right, we have a motion by Director Mercurio, a second by Director Sanwong. Any further discussion? Any public discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote?
Yes, President Waspi. Director Corbett,
Aye.
Director Eccles,
Aye.
Director Rosario,
Aye.
Director Coffee,
Aye.
Director Mercurio,
Aye.
Director San Juan,
Yes.
and President Waspi.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. This is a great acquisition. All right, our next item is the authorization to execute a contract with Esherick, Holmesy, Dodge, and Davis Architects, a professional corporation, in the amount of $561,748 for the Replace Environmental Education Center project at the Tilden Nature Area, Charles Lee Tilden Regional Park. Welcome, Ren.
Thank you, President Waspi. Glad to be here. I'm very pleased to be here actually, but to present this item, bear with me while I bring up my presentation. But as you've stated, this is an action to move forward the Tilden EEC project. EEC is what we call the environmental, or EEC is our affectionate name for the Environmental Education Center in the Tilden Nature Area. Hopefully my presentation will be fairly brief today. I hope to go over some background of the project, former board actions regarding this project, review a report that's been done, and then describe our process for consultant selection. This is the EEC. It was constructed in the mid-70s. As such, it needs major work. There are some accessibility issues that are there that for both programming and universal access. So we're trying to address those. Because of its age, the mechanical systems there are failing, in addition to the envelope of the building, because of its age, is also in a state of deterioration. So this is an opportunity to bring it up to code. And to that end, part of our process initially was to decide whether or not to renovate or to replace the building. So as such, in 2016, the board authorized the enter into agreement with Siegel and Strain to do an assessment of that nature to decide whether to renovate or reconstruct, or rebuild a new facility. I will describe that process and the findings of that report in the next slide. And then additionally, in 2019, the board made a resolution to authorize the prioritization of the restoration of the EEC for the purposes of initiating a capital campaign by the Regional Parks Foundation. At this point, I'd like to note that that was in 2019, and subsequent to that, we've had changes in both our board and the Regional Parks Foundation board. So we will be providing an update to the Parks Foundation board on this project after this board takes action today, to give them an update as to where we are. So in 2017, the feasibility study was completed. One of the major, and the recommendation of that report was that we should replace the facility. The major finding of that was that the facility itself was did not have access for both our programming and universal access. So in other words, our interpreters run a lot of programming out of the nature area. And so the EEC, although this actually cover photo shows, it's kind of an obscure facility when you enter into the nature area. It's not really clear unless you've been there before as to where you are and what you're doing. And so that was part of the problem. And what we found in the meetings that we had for this report and study is that our naturalists said, you know, it's not the best congregating area. We go out and we have all these things. The facility itself is very enclosed. It's circular. It doesn't reach out to the nature area. And so that was one of the major things. So that was one. The other is the accessibility issues. Because of the construction of this building, updating it to universal access would be very difficult. We did take a tour in 2019 to look at the ponds out there at the nature area. And at that time, we visited the EEC, and we had a meeting in there to discuss this report. And I don't know if some of you weren't there, but those of us that were, we met in this little amphitheater with a fireplace that has no way to get down into it. So those able-bodied people could get into it, but it's, as a programming space, it doesn't allow for universal access. So we need to remedy that. Additionally, staff offices are down a steep stairwell as well, which again, renovation of this building would be very hard to address those. So in terms of universal access for equitability and inclusion, we need to look at this for those reasons. And again, as highlighted earlier, the mechanical systems are failing, and we're looking at this as an opportunity to create a visitor center that allows for jumping off points for our programming into all of the nature area. And that includes the Little Farm, the renovated ponds that are further up the road, Jewel Lake, which is further up the road. So all of those are why we're moving forward. In terms of our consultant selection, we advertised this as an RFP process in August of 2022. We received 11 competitive proposals, which is a significant number. We were well pleased with that. Our selection committee, which included staff from design and construction, Interp and Rec, public affairs, and actually the former president of the Regional Parks Foundation Board, made a shortlisted 4 teams, and we interviewed those teams to come in and speak with us. Based on their proposals and interviews, Esherick, Holmesy, Dodge, and Davis Architects of a professional corporation, i.e. EHDD of San Francisco, are the highest ranked. Their scope of services will include conducting a community engagement process so that we inform our constituents of how we're moving along and solicit input as necessary or as required. They'll also develop a building and site program and produce site and building plans and renderings that can then be utilized for a capital campaign should that be determined to be a way to fundraise. In addition to that, EHDD has done local projects.
Recording in progress.
I'll just let that pass. EHDD has done local projects that are a similar nature. Some of those projects that they've done, and which would be great if we do pursue a capital campaign such that donors can visit those sites. Include the Exploratorium in San Francisco, Land's End Visitor Center also in San Francisco. And recently there's a field station at the Tunnel Tops in the Presidio that they contributed to. And all of these helped the selection committee determine that they were best suited to help the Park District deliver this facility. And then it also allows, again, opportunities for potential donors to visit projects that show the capability of the firm. So we will use their scope for fundraising and grant applications. This project should be fairly grant appealing. I guess back to this, I will note, and it's in your staff report, that this is a first action that will come to the board for. So we will just get to a concept level, and that will then allow us to have a cost estimate to move forward. So now we know what we're looking for in terms of full funding. And we will come back to the board once there's we'll probably have a check-in with committees or whatnot as concept plans are developed to vet those out and to get a final preferred concept. But then once we get into that, we will, as part of our RFP process, we included scope to get us all the way through construction. And so we're just entering into concept plan here. Based on that, we would have to come back to the board to develop construction documents and then help us with construction administration. So that's a future action when we get to that point for the project. Here is the recommendation before you. It is to authorize to enter into a professional services contract in the amount of $561,748 to EHDD of San Francisco to develop plans for the Replace Environmental Education Center in the Tilden Nature area. That concludes my presentation. Happy to field questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ren. Any comments, questions from board members? Member Rosario.
Thank you. Did you say we had or you had examples of what this company has done before? As far
yes, they've built projects, and those are yes. So the Exploratorium in San Francisco is a project that they did, and so I don't have any images here with me, but I should have them, but I don't. My apologies. But they did that. They were the architect for that build project, as well as the Tunnel Tops project, as I said, and Land's End, which is out in San Francisco, which is very cool.
And then many moons ago, I'm showing my age now, we had some board members and park staff went to Christie Fields to look at the visitor center there, which resulted in Big Break. And at the time that Big Break was built, it was purported that that design that we have at Big Break would be a model that we might be able to use in rehabbing our other visitor centers because of its modular design. You could add on and because the pieces where you could move them around. So is that a consideration for today's or for the EDC or for any of our visitor centers that would have to be replaced in the future?
That could be a consideration. I don't think we're considering that here because of how we've been proceeding. And I think part of it is that the development of the project was such that it was going to be a magnet or a draw. We're trying to make the EDC more of a draw, and that's what the project has been proposed as. But that doesn't preclude us from looking at it for future visitor centers.
Okay.
I mean, and to that end, I will add, because I was part of that project, the Big Break Visitor Center was originally a project that was going to be with Los Medanos College. And so that structure, the frog structure that is there, was pre-approved by DSA, which is the Department of State Architect, which is another requirement because it was going to be an educational facility. So that was another criteria by which we decided on that for that building. That doesn't necessarily apply here in terms of that, but that was just to give you more background onto why that was selected at Big Break.
Okay, great. Not to diminish the magnet that Big Break is now. So thank you. Yeah,
sure.
Member Mercurio.
Yes, and thank you for that, for summing that up nicely for us. So looking at the layout on the land of the existing building, and based on what I kind of understand you're saying about connectivity with other elements of the park there, would it be safe to say that the new building would be built on a different footprint from the current one?
Yeah, that's definitely safe to
So
say.
if that's the case, then would it be a valid assumption to make that we might be able to build a new one while the old one is still operating? Is that a possibility?
Is a possibility. It raises lots of questions about safety of public access,
Sure,
and then
sure.
also providing a contractor a safe place to work such that they're not dealing with that. I think that's something we can look at and develop as we get into scoping out the plans and knowing where that new facility might be located. That said, there is an existing sort of meadow there that has bounds, the trees and whatnot. So we would work within that already disturbed site. And to that end, based on the footprint of the existing building, we would build whatever that new facility was to the corresponding footprint so that our impacts would be similar to what there's already there now. So in other words, we're not making a new impact. So it's possible. I can't speak to the total feasibility of that, but it's something we can look at as we develop plans.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Sure.
Member San Juan.
Yes, can you review the capital campaign by the Regional Parks Foundation? I know I've heard about this before, maybe through the Park Advisory Committee, but what is this program?
I think it's yet to be determined. So it was brought to the board the thinking is that the Parks Foundation, as I understand it, has grown over the last few years and has done more capital campaigns. And so part of it was thinking that this was an opportunity for the Parks Foundation to get involved and help with fundraising for that. So, like I said, that was with the previous board. And so I think that's going to have to be revisited. I can't speak to that entirely because I don't have direct conduit with the Parks Foundation. So that was the proposed delivery method or part of the funding strategy.
Yeah, and Susan can provide a little more background if she wants to, but I think this is something, it predates most of us that are up here. The conversation with the Parks Foundation board, they do want to have some further conversation about this campaign, what their role is going to be, what is it? So I think kind of pending this upcoming approval by our board here, we'll be bringing it back to the Parks Foundation and kind of see what involvement they want to have, because they've had a lot of turnover as well.
Dennis?
Oh, hi, Elizabeth. What's
Yeah,
up?
hi.
Your
I've
area.
had my hand up for a while, but that's okay. I think you can't see me, unfortunately. Anyway, yes. So first of all, Ren, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm very excited that this is coming before the board and we're moving forward on the next phase. And I'm also excited that the concept is really to design something that's welcoming and inclusive and accessible and making it accessible for folks with disability is really important, because I've spent a lot of time there at the EEC over the years, and it's I like it. It's kind of old and funky, but it's not accessible, and it is not particularly welcoming, and you're not necessarily drawn to it when you go to the little farm or to Jewel Lake or whatever. So I think that's really important. I think that was an interesting question that Director Mercurio raised about, the new footprint versus the old footprint. Obviously in a perfect world, it'd be nice to be able to keep it open, but I think really the priority would be to find the right footprint for the new building. And I agree that limiting the impact on the existing land is important, but also just keeping in mind that this is something that we hope to be, that will be there really for a very long time. And so, let's make sure we find the right spot for it on the land. And then I did, I have had the benefit of hearing this presentation in the executive committee, and also I spoke with Ren as well. But I did just want to clarify for the group some of the language in that last paragraph in the background, because it kind of jumped out at me. But so it talks about, as Ren alluded to, the next phases. So we're agreeing to issue this money for the initial phase that EHDD will be working on, but then there's these other things that will happen next in terms of additional architectural design and engineering service and construction bid documents, etc. But the ones in particular I just wanted to clarify. So it says the receipt of grant funds and award of the construction contracts. And so my understanding here is that EHDD will not be directly involved in the grant award process, other than providing what I would call technical support. So exhibits that we would need for the grant applications, and also in terms of the award of the construction contracts, their role would be to help us design the bidding process in the best, in the way that makes the most sense, is the most effective for people, for ourselves, and for people bidding on it. So I just wanted Ren to clarify that language there.
Yes, thank you, Director Eccles. That's true. We are entering an agreement for their design and engineering services, and those would then inform and give us exhibits for grant opportunities. They wouldn't be applying. That's obviously, we have our grants department, and Katie Hornbeck does a fantastic job of doing that. So what they would provide is more exhibits and or documentation that would fulfill or help Katie to fill out those grant applications. And the same is for the bidding. It's not that they will do the bidding process. We are obligated by public contracting code to bid how we bid. What they would help us do is to provide that bid document or break it out into scopes of work. So that, in other words, the contractor's bidding lump sums of electrical work, and then helping us figure out that how those bid documents then communicate that, so that it's clear and that we get a good bid that's equitable, easy to read, and that contractors will then have enough information that they're bidding comparably, so that we can that we get the lowest bid that's everyone's bidding the same document. So thank you for asking and clarifying that, Director Eccles.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your work on this. I'm very excited about the process moving forward.
We are as well.
Director Covey.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to comment before we vote. If anyone has more questions, I'll defer.
Hearing none, go ahead.
All right. So it sounds like we're moving toward a vote. This will be our first authorization of starting to spend money, and eventually a lot of money, on the EEC. In including what the funding is from the foundation, which is going to launch a campaign on this project. And I'm going to vote for it, but I just want to do so in the context of my own views of not this particular expenditure, but the EEC project as a whole. Because I'm as I was 6 years ago, I'm very reluctant about it. I opposed it when this project first came to us, and it was about 6 years ago. Then AGM O'Connor brought to us the priority list that management had developed for visitor centers within the whole of the park district. And there were about 10 priorities listed. The EEC was at top, along with some upgrades to Sunol and ultimately Coyote Hills and such. And I advocated moving Point Pinole up from 5th in priority to number 1. And we went around the dais, and there actually, between Director Dotson and a couple other directors, it was possible we were going to move the Point Pinole Visitor Center up the priority list. We instead just deferred the issue, and it didn't come back to us. It came back to us a year later, so 5 or so years ago, I want to say, from the foundation, because the foundation was going to launch a campaign to raise funding for the EC, and they needed the support of the board, and the board's full throttle support. And I looked at the GM at the time and I said, does this mean the EC in Tilden is now our priority of visitor centers? And he looked back at me and said, yeah. And I said, so my choice is to vote against a foundation project in order to emphasize my support for Point Pinole. And basically that was the answer. So, I effectively dropped that advocacy because I wanted to support the foundation, and that moved into being our priority and has led to it coming back to us today because we've made that progress, and it's been hindered a bit by COVID, as has the foundation's campaign. But I remember being approached by members of the foundation and our then AGM of Public Affairs saying, well, Point Pinole is going to move up the list. It's going to get toward number, the highest priorities. That is a community that's surrounded by low income, very diverse communities, 23,000 kids in that surrounding areas, school systems that ought to have a visitor center out in the North Richmond and specifically Point Pinole area for that educational purposes and expanding our footprint for school children out to that community. And I was told bluntly, it's really hard to raise philanthropic money out in North Richmond. And it isn't so hard in, communities that surround Tilden as hard and as difficult. And I pressed for, we really need to do more of our own push for grant funding for Point Pinole. And I could go on for the importance of that visitor center, which is on the books. We have a footprint for it. Mike Moran took us out a year or so ago, and we were looking at the footprint of this planned visitor center on this beautiful spot next to the most beautiful eucalyptus tree in this park system. You know what I'm talking about. It's a magnificent spot, and we ought to build that. We ought to raise money and do that. We're since raising money, which I celebrate and support, for Thurgood Marshall Visitor Center from the federal government. I just don't want to see that project out at Point Pinole, which is, we have the general plans, we have the location, we did a lot of infrastructure, we know where the new corporate yard's going to go in and how you get the infrastructure into for that visitor center. So I'm just voicing again a reluctance that we're going to replace a facility that already exists, that serves lots of folks, and we're prioritizing it. I'm fine with it. I conceded to that with the foundation's desire to raise funding for it, but I don't want us to forget, or I want to have the opportunity again that I'm taking right at this moment to advocate for another visitor center that I think is as important as this one. But I'm going to vote yes, and it's the first of a series of yes that we're going to pursue. This was my childhood nature center. I grew up around this EEC and the ponds, and I took my own kids programs at that EEC as they grew up. And it's a wonderful facility. It's a wonderful place for programming, and it's served many generations of park goers and fans of this park system. And it's very important. So I don't minimize its importance. I just wanted to voice my concern 6 years ago that maybe, you know, this other part of our district needs to be prioritized as well. So leave it at that.
Sabrina.
Yeah, thank you. I know that was not a question, it was a set of comments, but I did want to respond just really briefly to Director Coffey on that and just remind the board and the public a lot of the work that we started last year around our capital improvement program and starting to really look at some of these criteria and have some open, honest, transparent dialogue with the board as our policymakers here so that you do set the priorities on these projects. I'm really proud of the work that we started last year on this, just really in line with the points that you were making. So you'll see more of that coming up in your upcoming budget process. So opportunities for us to really dig into these projects and really start to really have some policy prioritization. And certainly for me as well, personally, I think that visitor centers needs to be up at the top of the list. So a lot more to come on it. You guys have expressed your desires last year on this, and certainly this project predates that process. Last thing I want to note on that is the strong direction from this board that we are not going to allow the dollars to dictate our priorities, rather the other way around, that the board gets to go ahead and set our priorities, and then we will hustle and work to try to find the money to match it. So just thank you for those comments.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Member Zarrio.
Yeah, I just want to take the opportunity to concur with Director Coffey's statements. Director Dotson and I were both advocating for Point Pinole, and I think we were assured that as soon as the EEC was done, that Point Pinole would be a priority. So that's where we are. But hopefully we can meet all those commitments. So thank you.
Yeah, and Dennis, if I may.
Yes, Director Eccles.
Yeah, I also wanted to concur with the comments of Director Coffey and our GM. I remember before I was even on the board raising concerns about, moving forward with the EEC over a Point Pinole visitor center, which I think is sorely needed. I certainly don't want to delay or derail the EEC process at this point. As you know, I'm very enthusiastic about it, but I would love to see the Point Pinole Visitor Center right at the top of the list. And I particularly feel very strongly about not allowing the dollars to drive what we do. I mean, our mission and our values are more important than, responding to where the easy money is. And no money is ever easy, but the easier money, let's just say. And I do think that if we really put the effort in and the work in, we would be able to get the money that we need out at Point Pinole. And there's a really important case to be made for the need there, and especially with the focus on environmental justice and on 30 by 30 and all of these things that I think we would find the money. We should make it a priority to find the money.
Thank you. Anyone else? I agree. Everyone would love to have an interpretive center. I think my recollection is that foundation was really a bunch of go-getters, and they really wanted to take something on very, very big and really big. And they were confident they could raise, I hate to even say this term because it's probably half of what it'll be, but it was like $30 million. And they were going, yeah, no problem, we'll get it. And I Believe them, they were really going for this. And they did, dollars don't drive policy, but in fact, reality has a little bit to do with it. The getting infrastructure to Point, I'm not going to argue against Point Pinole, I'm all for it, but if they wanted to do something and they wanted to do it and make a big bang. And I think the fact that there's infrastructure at the EEC, the fact that there's not, and it's a long ways at Point Pinole, I think this is a great opportunity. I look forward to Point Pinole, but God, what a great opportunity. These folks are so, just dealing with what goes on at the EC. I mean, that's a multi-generational park that people come to. I used to live there. People come on weekends with their grandkids and they tell them how they were stuffing carrots in horses' mouths, back when they were kids, back when you'd ride horses. So it was the opportunity. It's the spot. And what an opportunity. I think that in a built environment, I mean, we don't talk about structures a lot. We need them, but it's art. I perceive this to be art. I perceive it to be spectacular. I perceive it to be an example of built environment in a natural setting. We can interpret so much stuff with just the building that we're going to build there. Resiliency, everything, and interpret what we're doing in an incredibly beautiful setting that, in my opinion, will attract, or not won't attract, but will be available to lots and lots more people. I mean, that's the heart of the Bay right there. It's easily accessible. I just look forward to this. I think it's going to be a great project. I just perceive it to be an incredible project that I look forward to, and I have full faith in the foundation that they'll be able to raise the money and get the support to do it. And I think we'll have a great example of what we can do throughout the district. So thanks, Ren. Are there any comments from the public, or Susan, would you like to say something?
Can you hear me? Susan Shu, Interim Executive Director for the Foundation, the Regional Parks Foundation. Thank you. I know that much of this work predates me as well. And as you may be aware, the Foundation Board has changed somewhat. Some members have termed out. We are currently recruiting. So there are some changes afoot. What the Foundation Board has requested is really an update, given that during the pandemic, there are some new board members who aren't aware of all of this work. And so we certainly have been working with Park District staff to plan on providing that update and for that board to do the work that it needs to do. So more to come, I'm sure. But thank you.
Great. I'm confident they'll be as excited as we are. If there are no comments from the public or anyone else, I'll entertain a motion. Director Eccles, would you like to make the motion to authorize and execute a professional services contract with EHDD Architects?
So moved.
Was that a motion?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you. Sorry, I'm looking at the audience and not the darn TV set here. You have a second. Second by Member Mercurio. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, President Waspi. Director Eccles?
Aye.
Director Corbett?
Aye.
Director Rosario?
Aye.
Director Coffey?
Aye.
Director Mercurio?
Aye.
Director Sanwan?
Yes.
And President Waspi.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ren. Okay, our next item is a certification of the environmental impact report, including adoption of the CEQA findings report and the associated mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, and adoption of the Southern Las Trampas Land Use Plan Amendment, Las Trampas Regional Wilderness Preserve. Welcome, Naoma.
Naoma Laval, Principal Planner, Acquisition, Stewardship, and Development. Good afternoon, Chair Waspi and directors of the board. It is my pleasure to introduce Kim Tai, Senior Planner, who will be presenting for your approval the Southern Las Trampas Land Use Plan Amendment and Final Environmental Impact Report. Kim has led a 7-year planning effort, and it has been my pleasure to supervise her on this project. Kim's excellent work is well demonstrated in this project. Kim.
Thank you, Naoma. Good afternoon, President Waspy, members of the board, members of the general public. Kim Tai, Senior Planner from the Planning, Trails, and GIS Department. I'm pleased to be bringing this item to you today. I will go ahead and share my screen. I'm pleased to be presenting on the Southern Las Trampas Wilderness Regional Preserve Land Use Plan Amendment Project. I do also want to acknowledge the extensive work that has gone into planning this project, not just from the planning department, but also the Trails, GIS department, and as well as staff from the Stewardship Department, Operations, Design and Construction, Public Safety, and input from many other departments as well. And also our consultant on the project, LSA, who is on the call and can answer questions at the end as well. I will be asking the board today to consider certification of the EIR, the Environmental Impact Report for the project, as well as adoption of the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program, adoption of the CEQA findings, and also adoption of the Land Use Plan Amendment project itself. This item has gone to the Board Executive Committee as well as the Park Advisory Committee, both of which have recommended that this item be forwarded to the full Board of Directors for consideration. As Naoma had mentioned, this has been a multi-year planning endeavor, land use planning endeavor. So I'd like to walk you through the background for the project, as well as the purpose and goals, provide an overview of the recommendations from the LUPA, go through the CEQA process, and again, provide the recommendation for you to consider. The project area on the map is in the southern portion of Las Trampas, outlined in yellow. It's surrounded by the town of Danville, city of San Ramon, and unincorporated Contra Costa County. Bollinger Canyon Road, seen here, kind of makes up the southwestern border of the project area. As with many of our Park District properties, the rich history of the land tells a good story. So I'd like to walk you through the full history of the area, of the project area, and kind of provide how that tells the story of the area before the Park District even acquired the properties in the project area. So going back approximately 13 million years ago, there were large mastodons, predators, and animals such as the ancient elephant Gomphotherium, as well as the saber-toothed cats that roamed the earth and roamed the land, including in Las Trampas. Fast forward to about 8,000 to 3,000 years ago, there were mobile foragers and hunter-gatherers that emerged in the San Francisco Bay Area. They use what's kind of pictured here, the milling slabs and hand stones to process their food sources. The Bay Miwok speaking Tatcan people were identified to have held the area, including the San Ramon Creek, areas west of Mount Diablo, Las Trampas Ridge in the project area, as well as Bollinger Creek, and Sycamore and Green Valley Creeks. The marker you see here on this timeline talks about the Tatcan people and is located in the city of Alamo. In the 1772, during the Spanish period, missions were established, and Mission San Jose, located in now Fremont, used the project area for grazing sheep and cattle. In 1821, during the Mexican period, the project area became part of what's known as Rancho San Ramon. The area was continued to be heavily utilized for cattle grazing. As seen here, an example is the cattle ranching operations on the Wiedemann property nearby. Then onto the 1900s, San Ramon Valley became known for their orchards, such as the pears orchards and walnut orchards. As seen here, an example of an advertisement for the California Bartlett pears from the nearby Bishop Ranch. Then about 1940s, that shifted from orchards more to residential development in San Ramon Valley to today. So that shift kind of going from orchards and farming to more residential development kind of tells the story of how we come to this project area and how this project area comes to fruition. Oftentimes, when the town of Danville and the city of San Ramon approve residential development, they place conditions of approval on these projects. In the project area, kind of outlined in the darker shading, 3 of our 5 properties came to the Park District as a result of those conditions of approval. And that began in 1983 when the town of Danville approved the California Chateau residential development. The Peters Ranch property was a condition of approval of that residential development and dedicated to the Park District. It has since been remained in land bank status for a while. That was the southern parcel in Las Trampas, disconnected from the larger existing Las Trampas parkland. In 2007, Park District had an opportunity to purchase the 227-acre Chen property. At the time, the property owners of the Chen property had proposed for residential development on that property, but instead, the Park District acquired that property with the intent for a staging area and trail up to the Las Trampas Ridge. And by doing so, the Park District has been able to maintain that property in a semi-rural character along Bollinger Canyon Road while keeping that property in land bank status. There's a current existing cattle corral on that property along Bollinger Canyon Road that's being used for cattle grazing purposes. Then in 2015, the Park District acquired 232-acre Elworthy property. That was a condition of approval for the Quail Ridge Residential Development Project. In addition to the open space, the developer also constructed a 12-car staging area called the Elworthy Staging Area. From there, a trail was also constructed up to the Las Trampas Ridge. Because the staging area and trail were developed and constructed by the developer, gone through environmental permitting, and was considered safe and suitable for public use, it was immediately open for public access. So Elworthy property is now open for public use. This land use plan amendment would formally incorporate that into Las Trampas. In 2018, the Park District acquired the 96-acre Padva property as a condition of approval for the Red Hawk Residential Development project. This one was similar to the Elworthy in that there was a walk-in entrance developed by the developer, as well as a trail through the property and connecting into the existing trail network in Las Trampas. Again, that has been constructed and gone through environmental review. So as part of this land use plan amendment, the recommendation is to open that trail and walk-in access for the public. There is a conservation easement on a portion of the property that I will go into later in the slides. And finally, the 141-acre Faria property located on along either side of Bollinger Canyon Road that is anticipated to be coming to the Park District either 2023 or 2024. This is as a result of a settlement agreement between the city of San Ramon and the Park District in conjunction with the Sierra Club. As part of that settlement agreement, the developers for the Faria Preserve residential development here will be providing to the Park District not only the open space property, but also a 25-car staging area that I will be providing details in the coming slides. So as you can see here, these 5 properties kind of come together like puzzle pieces to make up the southern portion of Las Trampas, making it right for this land use planning endeavor to get these opened up for public access. As recommended in land use plan amendment, the Peters Ranch, Chen, and Padva land bank properties will be open to the public. That's a total of 383 acres of land bank property. It will provide 4.2 miles of recreation trails to be open for the public access. Highlighted in the dotted yellow. There will be 3 new park access points in the purple stars. One is a 25-car staging area along Bollinger Canyon Road on the Chen property. As previously mentioned, this was one of the results of the settlement agreements. It will be 25 cars with a restroom and informational panel and some benches. There will be a new walk-in entrance on the Padva property going into the existing trail network along the Heritage Pear Trail. And the Heritage Pear Trail is a proposed name in nod to the orchards that have been in San Ramon Valley, as well as specifically a remnant orchard on the Padva property. There's currently an existing pear tree now on the property. And going back, the proposed staging area is proposed to be named the Old Time Corral Staging Area as a nod to the cattle ranching and current grazing history of that property. And the third park access point is a walk-in entrance from the Freer Preserve residential development. This is proposed to be named the Saudade walk-in entrance. Saudade is Portuguese for nostalgia or deep longing. It was a term that it's a nod to the Portuguese community. It was used by Rose Peters Emery, who is the wife of Joe Peters of Peters Ranch. She was referenced in former Director Lane's book, San Ramon Chronicles, Story of Bygone Days, in reference to her childhood, not Director Lane, Rose's childhood in San Ramon Valley, growing up on the cattle ranch and her nostalgia for that childhood. The recommendations in the land use plan designates 201 acres as a special resource protection area, highlighted in yellow on the map. That includes a conservation easement over the Freer properties and over a portion of the Padva property and a 35-acre wetland complex. This special resource protection area provides additional resource protection for a special status species in the project area. And lastly, the project recommends designating 99% of the project area as a natural unit, which is defined in the Park District's master plan as natural open space areas with a focus for lower intensity recreation and focusing on resource protection. So that means the recreation and staging areas in this project is restricted to the 1% in the project area. Some of the benefits of this project is it does achieve the Park District's dual mission to preserve open space and natural resources, while also providing recreational opportunities. It closes a key gap along the Calaveras Ridge Trail seen here in the yellow. And it provides a closer connection from Danville and San Ramon into Las Trampas. Up next, I'd like to show a preview using drone footage of a conceptual trail alignment within the project area. This is the 0.9 mile extension of the Calaveras Ridge Trail, multi-use natural surface trail beginning from the existing Ridge Trail. It goes through the Peters Ranch property over open grassland. Our trails team walked the property and the potential alignment with our botanists and with information from our biologists to go through and make sure to avoid any sensitive habitat, sensitive resources, avoids drainages and steep ravines, and also to provide trail users with a varied trail experience, going through wooded areas for shade, but also being able to provide views of Mount Diablo and San Ramon Valley, as well as Bollinger Canyon and Rocky Ridge on the other side. As you can see here, while the trail is proposed to be less than 8 feet wide, it does provide the ability for multiple trail users along the trail to be able to pass each other very easily. And as you can see, it does provide a good preview of the topography of the area. So you can kind of see that while our trails team will do everything they can to provide a sustainable trail that's not too steep, it does kind of present some of the constraints from the site that some of the steepness just can't be avoided. And so going into the trail recommendations and breaking that down further, again, that's 4.2 miles of new trails proposed for public access. Of those 4.2 miles, 1.4 will be on an existing trail to be open for public access. That's the Heritage Pear Trail. So a portion will be on an existing service road that will be now open for public access. And then the remaining on the Podver property has been constructed and gone through environmental review as part of the Podver Red Hawk residential development. 2.8 miles of that will be new construction. That includes, seen here in the pink dotted lines, the Sabertooth Trail, the Warbler Loop Trail, and the extension of the Calaveras Ridge Trail. The Sabertooth Trail is a 1.1 mile emergency vehicle and maintenance access trail from the proposed staging area up to the Las Trampas Ridge. And it also includes 1.7 miles of new natural surface multi-use trail, the Warbler Loop, and the extension of the Calaveras Ridge Trail. And going into the details for the special resource protection areas, again, that includes the 2 conservation easements, as well as 35-acre wetland complex area. And all of that is to provide the additional special protection for specifically California red-legged frog and the California tiger salamander. One of the most incredible stories or events to have come out of this planning process was that back in 2018, one California tiger salamander, a gravid one or pregnant one, was discovered. And before that, for over 70 years, there had not been any California tiger salamander recorded in that area from in all of Las Trampas and the Central East Bay Hills for 70 years. Then even more incredible, since that time, from the one California tiger salamander.
How do they have spies across the district? How is Steve to even know that? Like, he should be avoiding that.
Well, I didn't know that, and neither did you.
Okay, since that time of discovering the one pregnant California tiger salamander in 2018, staff have also seen 28 additional CTS or California tiger salamander back in 2021. So due to this important find, it's especially important for us to put the designation of the special resource protection area to be able to protect these important special status species. And going over the CEQA process does include the CEQA public scoping meeting that we had back in 2017, wherein we received public input. From there, our consultants worked with us to prepare an initial study and to determine the environmental level of review to be EIR. We released a notice of preparation and initial study to the public, and from that we received 21 public comments. We analyzed the environmental impacts and incorporated the public comments into a draft EIR, and that was released to the public from October 31 to December 14th of last year. That included a public hearing at the PAC, and we received a total of 32 public comments. Responses to those comments are incorporated in a final EIR document, and this includes a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP, and the CEQA findings, all of which are published on our Park District's project website. The EIR more broadly analyzes potential environmental impacts of the proposed project on environmental resources. It determined that there were no significant impacts. All potential impacts were reduced to a less than significant with mitigation measures. These are some of the public engagement events and process that we've gone through for the duration of the project period. Not only does it include presentations to Park District committees, but also City of San Ramon and Town of Danville, various committees, but also site tours with interest groups and presentations to San Ramon High School students. Those underlined in red pertain to CEQA specifically, and that includes today's public hearing for the certification of the EIR. So today, staff recommend that the Board of Directors authorize the certification of the environmental impact report for the Southern Las Trampas Land Use Plan Amendment, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, adopt the CEQA findings, and authorize the adoption of the land use plan amendment for Southern Las Trampas Wilderness Regional Preserve project. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions. Naoma is also available, as well as our consultant from LSA.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. This has been a long journey. I appreciate it. I'm going to put my Beverly Lane hat on. Out of the new staging area, there's only going to be Ellsworthy and the Old Time, and that's only allows for a total of like 36 cars, I think, something like that. So do we know how many off-street parking in those neighborhood sites are available?
That's correct. There will also be some on-street parking along Wingfield Court. That's the entrance to the Padva walk-in entrance. And within the Faria Residential Development Project, the HOA, the developers will also be providing a 5-car parking lot for users to be able to get onto the Calaveras Ridge Trail.
Okay, great. Great, thank you. Yeah, I just want to avoid any potential Mission Peak type conflicts. And I think these areas out here are a little more attuned to allowing people access through their neighborhoods, but hopefully that stays true. But thank you. And then thank you for the history on the Saudachi naming, because I was kind of curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. That was a good summary showing the history and the natural history as well. And it's really helpful to us. There's a lot to like about this section of our district to be opened up eventually. It gives access to the people who live right next door to it. And it also gives a certain amount of access to people who want to drive there or ride their bikes there or whatever to get into the park. So I like that balance. I also like that it builds another section of the Calaveras Ridge Trail, which I've come to know and love as a new director, because that's in my ward, and I know that's important to the folks in that area. So it's a priority for me to complete the Calaveras Ridge Trail. So we're making progress. There's one thing that though that I'd like to suggest a change, and that is the name of the staging area on Bollinger. It's currently listed as Old Time Corral Staging Area, and I don't know, that just doesn't ring for me. Just there's something about it that I think we can do something different. I'd like to suggest either Old Corral Staging Area or Old Cattle Corral Staging Area. That's just something that I would like to have the directors consider as we move along here. But my gosh, I know it's been a long time for you and the other staff to be working on this, and it's really going to be great to get so much more, and to, like I was saying earlier, to make even longer hikes. Because there's so much more trail available now. So appreciate that.
Member Rosario.
Forget to mention one thing. I was so happy to see that we're actually getting rid of a couple of trails that were not suitable. So always happy to see that. Thank you.
Member San Juan.
One question about the existing trail, the Heritage Pear Trail, will that open? When would that open? Would that open pretty soon after the CEQA process and before the other trails are constructed, or are we going to wait till everything's ready to go?
So because it's been constructed already by the developers, gone through its own environmental review process, following the approval of the land use plan amendment, we'll work with the operations department, park supervisor and staff to get that open right away. Like signage and walk-in entrance, it's all ready.
So that's pretty quick. And then I don't know if this is a problem. I've been on the PAC when this has come before the PAC, so I don't know if that's a problem for me now to be here. I don't think it is, but let me know. Otherwise, maybe legal counsel. But I do remember some of the comments that were shared at the PAC meeting, and I was wondering if you could just summarize some of those comments for us.
The November 28th, the ones from the PAC members themselves, or the public, members of the public?
I'm thinking more members of the public, actually. Yeah.
I think there was one from Jim Hansen from the California Native Plant Society East Bay. Can't remember at the top of my head. It was concerns with some of the trails proposed. It was included in the comments that were submitted, like written comments to the during the draft EIR, and so that has been addressed in the response to comments. I don't know, Naomi, would you like to take a stab?
Yeah, there were additional comments that didn't necessarily pertain to the CEQA analysis, to the environmental analysis, but there were comments in support of additional trails and opening from community members, as well as concerns that were expressed about the staging area on Bollinger Canyon Road, the old time corral staging area. And we did analyze kind of aesthetic impacts, noise impacts as part of the CEQA analysis, as well as made adjustments to the proposed design to really try and lessen as much the impacts of the staging area along the road. So I think there was a variety of different comments from that particular session. And then as well, we have received a number of written comments that were also addressed as part of the final EIR.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Member Corbett.
I can just say this at the end. It's not a big point. Go ahead.
Okay. Member Coffey.
Suggesting the Bollinger Canyon community was concerned. This is a bit understatement. I remember all the signs and all that. So was there really something done to address the specific opposition from that neighborhood, which I just assumed was, we don't want a lot of people driving in and parking in our neighborhood. But so how was that addressed?
So during the notice of preparation, we did receive the 21 public comments, and that included the concerns from the neighbors along Bollinger Canyon Road. What we've done to work with the consultants to incorporate how to address those comments was we've worked into the design of the staging area to add a 4-foot berm to kind of reduce any potential glares from headlights from cars parked in the staging area. We've pushed back the restroom to as far back into the staging area as possible, while also conforming to park district and regulatory requirements and standards. The entrance and exit into and out of the staging area was also kind of shifted away from where the residents had not wanted the entrance to be less directly affecting the homes itself, while also making sure that the sight lines were safe.
Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, Trails and GIS. I did just want to add and mention there was a lot of comments about simply seeking an alternative location for the staging area. And Kim and Naomi, we did a really extensive look throughout that whole area about what the best possible location for a staging area was. As Kim's presentation highlighted, this is a highly sensitive area. There's topography constraints, there's species constraints, and the site that was selected because it was an old time cattle corral. This was an impacted area, and it was the area that could accommodate the staging area. So we did look closely at alternative locations, and this was identified as the most appropriate.
I'm just happy to hear that we did try to address the neighborhood concerns and did the best we could, despite fact that some people just didn't want it there. And it always struck me as a good location. And I'm just appreciative that we addressed those folks' concerns. Kim, you mentioned, actually you displayed, because Director Corbin and I were just commenting on how cool it was, the actual graphic of where this new with a blue line of where the new trail, is that the Calaveras Ridge Trail that you were depicting with that graphic?
Yes, that was the extension of the Calaveras Ridge Trail through Peters Ranch property.
And so you mentioned it was going to be less than 8 feet, but nonetheless multi-use, which means bicycle. How are you accommodating the narrow dirt trail that would, I suppose, have to go on our exhibit list for narrow natural service trails? How do we accommodate multi-use if it's going to be narrow?
So it was designed for multi-use in the sense that it was, as part of this project, it was analyzed to be able to accommodate the multi-use for hiking, biking, and equestrian. But the actual trail use designation will come at a later date to the board for approval.
What does that mean? Use designation?
That's part of the ordinance 38 process to amend the
But
trail.
when I said it goes on an exhibit to.
So it wouldn't be until it gets formally amended into the ordinance 38 process. But the Calaveras Ridge Trail on either end of this particular segment is already existing multi-use. So that's why it was kind of designed and analyzed with the thought that we wanted to look at the largest impact possible. But the actual designation of use, that's up to the board's discretion and it is part of the ordinance 38
Oh,
process.
good. That's good to hear that it comes back. And I just wanted to appreciate the graphic because it allows me to see that this is open grassland. I don't know exactly, and I suppose you're not going to be able to say, well, it's going to be between 4, 5, 6 feet, and there'll be shoulders and such, and maybe that's remains to be finalized and come back to us. But the graphic enables me to see it's mostly grassland, and you do have open views. And as long as to someone like myself with my own sensitivities to multi-use, that a natural surface trail that has shoulders and is broad enough and with open views can accommodate bicycles. Thank you.
Member Corbett.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that this was a very well done presentation. I was very impressed by the way it was put together. And I agree with the others that this is a good way to go, but I wanted to particularly point out the fact that just the graphics that's used in the drawings and some things we haven't seen at previous presentations was really quite impressive. So thank you. I especially appreciated those moving trails. I don't think we'd seen those before like that. But thank you. Very, very, very sensitive the way you put that together for us to see what's going on. Thank you.
Any other board member comments?
Yes.
Hearing none, I just have so I'm very happy with this project. I'm sure. Oh, pardon me, Elizabeth.
I'm having a hard time getting noticed here on the Zoom. So anyway, yeah, so first of all, Kim, thank you so much for your presentation. I really, very, very well done. Very, really interesting to get the history and context. And also I appreciated the, you know, as Director Corbett and Rosario said, the trail, the demonstration of the trail, that was really, really nice to be able to check that out and feel like you could actually almost be on it virtually. But I did have one question. It seems that we've done a really good job of recognizing the ranching and farming history and even going all the way back to the saber-tooth early primitive times. But I just noticed that, you know, we haven't said anything about the Native American history. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to do that, because that's also a very important cultural history here in this area.
So during kind of our planning process, we included like a naming research and history into the project to kind of come up with some examples. And we did, while we did think of some native naming for the potential trails, ultimately we want it to be a more thoughtful process, and we didn't want it to be kind of like a one-off for this particular project. We do want acknowledgement of the Native American history of the area to be on a broader basis, to include not just this particular walk-in entrance or trail extension, but we want it to be kind of like a part of a broader park district process for acknowledging Native American history that could encompass more than just naming a trail or a walk-in entrance, and that could be through many other ways. So more to come.
Yeah, good.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, I understand, and I certainly support that it shouldn't just be a one-off, just name a trail here and that's certainly not what I would want either. And I'm glad to hear that there's a bigger process. It looks like Brian is going to talk about it, and certainly, we would want to be working with the tribes on all of that and not sort of assume that, we should say, okay, this trail or this thing, but maybe that's what Brian's going to talk about. So I will stop talking.
That's correct. As you know, naming can be a little bit of a tricky thing. And so we would want to work with any of the tribal people as we do go down any actual naming stuff. That said, as we prepare to open this up and our interpretive staff begins to pull together the information that's necessary for the brochure, whatever signage there might be on the property, there'll be lots of opportunities to continue to interpret and educate about the Native American history on the site. So I'm sure our interpretive staff will be able to incorporate that as it moves forward.
Yeah, and if I could also just make the request that as we open additional properties going forward, to maybe think about that and work with the native tribes, or not maybe, but this is a request. So it would be great if we could work holistically on future land acquisitions, future parks, to incorporate the Native American history as well.
All right, thank you. I guess just a question for me. I was wondering, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm interested in, along with Director Coffey, I know the old time corral staging area. I saw the signs too and heard some protests over that. And you referred to a settlement with that group. Did the settlement include cutting back on parking in that area, in that staging area?
No, it did not.
Okay.
The settlement agreement was related to the Faria Preserve development project. So that goes back, quite some time. And then as a result of that settlement agreement, the Faria Preserve developer has certain obligations to provide to the park district, including development of a staging area. The size of the staging area is really determined by just the site constraints. 25 cars was as big as we could get it.
Okay, so that's my next question. There's no room for expansion there in that area?
I would no, not in that area, and I don't necessarily want to go. That'd be another 7 years of.
Sure, yeah, but there's no parking on the street, right?
No, there is
on Bollinger Canyon Road.
There's no parking on Bollinger Canyon.
Yeah, no parking on Bollinger Canyon.
Is there? I perceive this to be a very, very popular area. I'm wondering how far is Holly Court west of there on Bollinger?
It's about a mile away from there. Yeah.
I know that we have plans for that, but I bet they're long. I mean, is there any possibility of looking into, if it does become popular, would that be the next best place? Or
I couldn't say if that's the next best place or not. I guess we would start to look at that as it moves forward. There is extensive parking at the end of Bollinger Canyon as well. So, right. So that'll remain. That'll continue to be used. That'll be the main equestrian access and whatnot as well. So.
All right. Thank you.
And I will just say, I mean, while the 25 car staging area is like. The opportunities for folks from Danville and San Ramon to just access the property from their back door without having to drive is really, we've got a lot of potential walk-in access that's here. So good opportunity to expand access that way.
Excellent. Thank you. Any members of the public have any comments?
Yes, President President Coffey. President Waspy. Mr. Hanson. Jim Hanson, you have 3 minutes. There you go.
Great. Chair Waspy and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Las Trampas Regional Preserve Plan and welcome board members San Juan and Mercurio. Adding onto Las Trampas clearly took a lot of years of skill and hard work by many key staff members and members of the board. Thank you. Our comments are directed at ways to protect and enhance the natural beauty that this work makes possible. Let me briefly state by saying we would have had to have a little more time on the FEIR and even discuss some of these points with any members of the board that may have been interested. I hope to follow with staff about that, but know that our comments have been consistent since submitting comments at the NOP stage in August, actually, 2019. In this plan and others, we've asked for early comprehensive botanical surveys rather than the more informal reconnaissance type survey used at Las Trampas. And that's because knowing where the treasured and legally protected rare and threatened plant and animal species are can really help in planning facility development, including new trail alignments. And number two, we're seeing today that the Briones Trail project is an attempt to deal with the serious, what's called operational impacts. As you know, staff reports an inventory 60 years ago, Briones revealed 18 miles of illegally constructed trails that have been cut through all areas of the park, something that the public and staff and yourselves are all very concerned about. However, these issues, of course, are not restricted to Briones, and publicly available online information on different trail uses indicates that the Southern Las Trampas wilderness area already shows construction of illegally built trails. Yet we hear that Ordinance 38, the rules and regs for park use, are, not currently as effective as we'd like to be in dealing with this issue at Briones and elsewhere. So we would like to see, or we would recommend that a plan to deal with the operational impacts from both new and any illegal trail construction in Las Trampas wilderness be prepared, be done, be described as part of this EIR. I'll just say lastly, and referring to a point, and thank you, Ms. Kim, for bringing this up. We want to comment on the Warbler Trail in particular. The EIR doesn't really discuss or evaluate some of the numerous biological impacts from aligning a new trail at this particular location, and it has 6 hillside tributaries, 5 seasonal wetlands. It cuts through an edge of a pond, 7 different vegetation habitat types, some of which are recognized as CEQA-sensitive natural plant communities, and about 20 sections of vegetation that are potential habitat for the potential preservation and survival of special status wildlife species, potentially. So we do appreciate your consideration. We hope that these issues can be addressed in the Las Trampas plan, and that and just say that this is a very worthy project from the fruit years of hard work, and we believe these comments are in sync with the district stewardship mission, particularly for a unique and beautiful wilderness preserve like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. If there are no further comments, and without Beverly Lane here, she'll be very happy. I'll accept a motion to accept this.
I'd like to remind the board that I made a suggestion for a name change, and how are we going to deal with that?
Okay, I could explain that incredibly long process of changing names and doing
7
names.
years.
Brian, I'm glad you're here.
You can certainly, if the board wishes to give that direction now, you can certainly do that. That would be fine.
It's my understanding that it's much simpler to do it now than to wait till later.
We could, this design will be coming back to you at some point, and certainly it could come up then. So it's really at the board's discretion on when you want to name it.
I would like to add, though, that I don't believe that the name is really, in terms of like directing staff to change a name, it's not really on the agenda. I think it's certainly something that that you can bring back later. I don't think there's anything about certifying the EIR that commits you to that particular name, but naming is a very controversial issue. respect. So, I would prefer that you not take any action on anything related to naming, since it hasn't been on the agenda today.
I know that my personal desire would be never to get back into that deal again. But if it's the will of the board, we can amend it or vote on it, amend it, do whatever you want. Member Corbett, do you have an idea?
Well, I just have a question, can you give us a simple explanation as to, how you would deal with this?
Brian, help me. The simple explanation I have is it goes through a number of processes, including the Park Advisory Committee, everybody else in the world, the community, and everybody in the world. And
the Park District does have a naming policy. As we've discussed in the past, is perhaps a bit dated, and something that I would recommend that we relook at. Things get named in multiple ways. Sometimes it's in a formal way, and sometimes, frankly, it's an informal way, or sometimes names are just attached to things, and we don't necessarily know how the name came about. Traditionally, when we have brought forward land use plans, we have included as part of that action sort of a naming sheet that says, this is what this trail will be named, this is what this staging area would be named. That said, we also have a whole separate naming process that we've also have been through before. So, and that is, if we do that separately, right now the naming policy does say we have to go to the PAC, we go to the executive committee, and we go to the board. But that's for, that's for bigger, more, full parks, maybe for staging areas. I will say the general manager also has discretion for naming under the naming policy as well. So, there's as long as I've been in this position, I've never fully understood how we name things. And so, and it's happened in various ways.
Once again, we can do anything we want. I guess if you don't want to pass this per the recommendation, and the motion, and we don't have a second yet, so that we don't even have a deal. If you don't want this to occur, don't second it. If you still don't want it to occur, don't vote no on it. We'll accept an accessory motion after. We do have this has been a long process. It's my recommendation that, I think from my experience, we've been through this before in a number of areas. Most specifically, that this group here did was Dumbarton Quarry Campground. There were a lot of name changes, discussions amongst us, less controversial in those days than it is now. And I don't know. It's all deep. Help me here.
Recommendation. I think naming is controversial, and I think we should honor the process and do the process, because it may be just a minor change, but who knows, there might be other significant input from the community at large. So we really don't know. So I think we should just table the naming and put that into the process for later, and then we just pass the approval of the EIR today.
Yeah, I would recommend, I guess, if I were in your seats, sometimes it's easier to sort of visualize what something should be named when we do have that design. We have a better sense of what it's going to look like and how it's going to operate. And we will be coming back to the board with that at some point. And that does give us, the land use plan process is challenging because, we're trying to do a whole bunch of things at once. We're trying to satisfy CEQA. We're trying to look at the various use. We're doing the resource assessments. We're doing all that. So I do think, the naming somewhat gets a little buried into the land use plan when it does go through in that way. So, so I think it would be fine to come back with a naming package or something like that at a later date, that more substantive discussion could be had around that. And like I say, once we have some renderings, we could go to the community and say, what would you like your new staging area to be named? So, so I think that's one approach, certainly.
John.
Just one more thing. I'm just proposing to drop one word, my suggestion would be Old Corral staging area. That's just to be clear. That's all it is.
I understand completely.
okay.
And I don't know that we have the ability to do that right here. I think you're right, Counselor, that we'd be changing the agenda. We would be changing something without telling anyone. And you know, just in background, I'm trying to think this over. Who would name a trail or a entrance the Swadade? Did I pronounce that correctly? What a great, wonderful name. I looked that up and I said, wow, that's great. That sings Beverly Lane. And as a point of experience, she knew that trails got named. She was very much on top of this for years and years, and she lobbied for it and talked about it. And, you know, that's the way the process worked. We don't have a second. We could talk about this for days, or we can look for a second. If there's no second, then we can look for an alternative motion or deny the whole thing or go back to the board or back to the drawing board or whatever. So I will.
What do we have a motion on?
We have a motion on accepting the certification of the environmental impact report.
The resolution.
Yeah, the resolution part of it. We have one motion.
But does it also include the name change? I think.
No, the resolution, question, Council, can I have a question?
Sure, please.
The map in here, is it incorporated into the resolution or the EIR? Is that map part of what we're approving?
Yes, and there is
so.
a land use plan amendment that you're adopting, but I don't believe that any of that prohibits you from at a later date considering, as has been mentioned, an actual going through the process of what you want these things to be named. You can change the names.
If we approve the resolution, we're approving the map that's attached.
Yes.
That's what I thought, which has all the names on it. So I actually think it's all before us, all the names, but this map I feel like I've seen it a dozen times. Is this, how long has this been subject to reviews and input?
It certainly feels like it's been a long time to me. Yeah.
So I agree. I think there's sort of a thought here that I think the motion is to approve as is. And I'd second that. Because we're improving as is this resolution and all that it incorporates, including this map. And I want to subject a future name change of staging area to at least some public input, since we did it for a number of years. Just so we're not caught up short doing that. Is that okay? I mean, we'll just come back.
That would be your question, John, because your motion did include the name change. You continue your motion without the name change, but with reference to changing in the past.
If the motion included the name change, then I wouldn't second it, because I think we should have
Right.
at least a modicum of public input on that.
I wasn't making the motion. I was asking the question about,
Aha.
hadn't gotten to the point where I was, so I'd rather not make the motion. But it doesn't mean I don't, you know what I mean? I feel like there's still a possibility that the board might be
Why
willing to
make a motion
consider
and
that.
subject it to bringing back the name of that staging to us?
So if I could suggest, then you tell me if you're okay with this. But I think it's exactly what Director Coffey just said, which is the motion can be to approve with direction to staff to come back on that staging area name. So there's at least on the record that we would be coming back.
Yeah, we'll be on some agenda that the public has a right for input. So if there's someone who somehow feels strongly about that one word, there's some input rather than us just doing it.
Mhm.
How about that, John? Yeah. Okay, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion and second? Hearing none. No public members.
No.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Yes, President
Quick
Wasby.
as you can.
Director Eccles. Director Corbett.
Hi.
Director Rosario.
Aye.
Director Coffey. Director Mercurio. Director San Juan.
Yes.
And President Wasby.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. If it's okay with everybody here, I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
Before you do, I do just want to acknowledge Kim's really great work. That was a great presentation. These are really difficult projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian, for remembering that. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. He's gone.
Director Rosario, I was hoping you were hiding these cookies.
What a deal. When are we going to install the electric probe to get me to look at the screen?
I tell you, it took me a year.
Taser me.
I was good at in December. It's hard to believe.
You are good to go.
All right, thank you, Alex. So as we're looking for there he is. We are now about to have the opportunity to approve the conceptual design plan for the McKay Avenue Crown Beach expansion. Brian.
Well, good afternoon. Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, Trails and GIS, and excited to bring another project forward to you here. And I am going to share my screen. And as I do want to acknowledge Tanya Covarrubias, who's a planner on our team. She has led this project from the beginning and has done a really, really great job. She's on vacation today, so she's not able to be here. So I'm going to be batting in her stead. But did want to make sure that that she was acknowledged. I also want to acknowledge just the leadership of Director Corbett on this project. We've met with her early and often, and to get input on this site. So as you will see, there's been a lot of great public input as well. So the area that we are discussing today is what we're calling the McKay Avenue GSA property. It's the concept plan for expansion at Crown Beach. So the recommendation is that the Board of Directors approve the concept site plan for the McKay Avenue Crown Beach expansion and authorize staff to proceed with analyzing the environmental effects of the Phase 1 project under the California Environmental Quality Act. So just for background, you may recall we acquired the 3.89 acre GSA property in 2015. That was a portion of the property that was owned by the federal government that was declared surplus. And if you recall, we took a bit of legal action, but we were able to acquire that site for expansion of the Crown Beach area. We initiated the concept plan design work in 2019. That was with the assistance of Placeworks, a consultant group. And then we began developing that preferred concept plan. And then now I will go through the various phases of the project. This is both a recreation access improvement project, but it also is looking at sea level rise and long-term effects associated with that. So what we're requesting is that the board authorize us to move forward with the Phase 1 design. That's more detailed design than what we're presenting here, and then to actually analyze that under the California Environmental Quality Act. So our overall timeline, in 2006, Park District sought to acquire the property through a public benefit conveyance. 2008, Measure WW, of course, was approved. Language was included in Measure WW for this site. As I mentioned, there was some legal work that was necessary to allow the Park District to acquire the property from GSA. We were successful in that in 2015. We were able to secure some funds for developing the concept plan. In 2018, 2019, we hired Placeworks. And then really since, of course, we had that thing COVID hit in early 2020, but we were able to kind of keep it moving through developing the existing conditions, doing some community outreach, developing the concept plans, getting feedback, and here we are now with the final concept plan developed. So this is our public outreach. As mentioned, we did pretty extensive public outreach in various forms. That came about with an online survey that was advertised at the Doug Sidon Crab Cove Visitor Center. We had a couple of pop-up events on the site where people could come in and drop and get information about the project and provide their input. We have worked very closely with the city of Alameda, with their Park and Recreation Director, and have presented at their Alameda Recreation Commission, have also presented this to the East Bay Regional Park District and Alameda Liaison Committee meeting. We did bring this forward last June to the Board Executive Committee with a suite of draft alternatives. And then we brought this back to the Board Executive Committee in February of 2023. And it's not listed on here, but we also brought the board out to the site on a board field trip last year. So we did get about close to 600 responses, which is pretty good for our projects, especially for a property of this size. And like I say, we had over 150 people participate throughout the 2 pop-up events. So you can see this was the flyer that was distributed around the community. This was the flyer that was posted up at the Doug Seiden Crab Cove Visitor Center. And this directed the public to our online survey and website where they could get more information and they could provide input. So, this is a quick summary of what we heard. There was a lot of support for expanding recreation space, which isn't necessarily surprising. Definitely a lot of support for more trails, support for restored habitat, sort of varying degrees of support for expanded beach. Definitely some interest in more picnic areas. Sea level rise adaptation, if you're familiar with that area, is obviously going to be important. It's also important. It's an important site to educate the public about sea level rise and climate change. This will be a site that we'll be able to incorporate a lot of that. And then just general interest in more shaded spaces. So some of the design direction that we received from the community was to really maintain some of the key features, such as the Bay Trail, the Crab Cove Visitor Center, the Glory of the Seas building, and the existing access to the bay. Definitely an interest in balancing recreational use with the ecology of the area. Like I mentioned, preparing for sea level rise as we can look to the future and see what needs to be done there. There was interest in including a diversity of smaller recreation areas, so sort of protected picnic areas and those types of things. More environmental interpretation and education around that area, and to incorporate infrastructure such as boardwalks and piers for people to access the bay. Keeping the mature trees, of course, and really we heard a lot about just kind of de-emphasizing cars at this site. So this is sort of a bubble diagram of what the existing uses are there. The blue area, the expansion area, that's the area that we acquired from GSA. Of course, there's the Doug Seiden Visitor Center, the existing picnic and lawn areas, the jetty that kind of goes out in the bay, and some of the existing parking, staff parking, and Glory of the Seas. So this is just grabbed just some quick Google Street View to kind of show. This is basically the entrance of the property. So you can see there is a fair amount of street parking that happens along there. The GSA property would be on the right-hand side of this screen behind that fence, and the existing parking area on the left hand. So looking across the site, relatively unremarkable right now. It's a flat site. Waiting for its next use. And just happened to catch the street view as a couple of shuttle buses were there dropping folks off at the Crab Cove, at the Doug Seiden Crab Cove Visitor Center. So you can see there is, it's not the most pedestrian friendly site right in front of that visitor center right now. There is a need to do something to address the shuttle buses, school buses and whatnot. So kids have better access to this site, and just like I said, making that more of a visually attractive entrance to the park. So phase one is really focused on developing that expansion area. So, and then doing some of the preliminary preparations for sea level rise. So what I mean by preliminary preparations for sea level rise is actually raising the Bay Trail. So, so we can look at what the Bay Trail, what the elevation needs to be in the future, even though, you know, we might not see the impacts of sea level rise for some time. This is our opportunity to build it up and make sure that we have a resilient Bay Trail. If you're familiar with the site right now, there's existing service yard that's located adjacent to Glory of the Seas. The idea is to relocate that up to the upper corner and essentially remove some of that operations facility outside of the interior of the park. And then the existing area would be developed with recreational meadows. So this would be incorporate some picnic areas, trails, new planting throughout the site, and incorporating some outdoor education, group picnic space. So this is that phase 1 project that we're talking about that can move forward in the near term and that we want to move into the CEQA process and analyze that. Phase 2, this is where we look at expanding parking. So I want to emphasize there's no net loss of parking as a result of this project. So of course we would be losing some parking from the existing street parking along McKay Avenue, but we would be expanding the existing parking lot in phase 2 to accommodate that, that loss of parking. We'd also have a bus turnaround area here. And then this is when we could start to explore the future of the Glory of the Seas building. The Glory of the Seas building is, I think everybody agrees, is a great building. It's historic. It's highly interesting, but it's really difficult to use for any public type of use because of access restrictions, accessibility, and whatnot. So what this plan proposes to do is, Director Corbett. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you, when you finished your sentence, show us where that circle is, where that's going to be, because as we know, that was a huge issue that was discussed back when bringing this property to the Park District to be part of what we were going to use.
So you're asking to show where the turnaround
Turnabout area would be, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That would be on the upper portion up here where you see the number 8. So buses would be able to turn around within that area up there. And that would be the drop-off point for buses to drop off kids. And then you see there would be a path that would lead directly from that turnaround area to the existing Doug Seiden Visitor Center.
So it would be on the asphalt?
Correct. And within the parking area.
Because I don't see it on the drawing, but that's why I'm asking. Yes, I know, I see the area, but not exactly where the bus would go, but there's definitely, it's been measured.
Yes, yes, it is. And this, of course, we'll be doing, additional design as this all moves forward. But so again, the Glory of the Seas building, this is our opportunity to kind of look at what those future uses are. So right now the plan, proposes it as just sort of a general community facility, and the exact use will be determined at a later date. And then phase 3, this is really the sea level rise adaptation. So we don't expect to see a lot of the impacts of sea level rise until the mid part of this century. And we want to maintain that existing bay access that we have now. So the idea is that we can prepare for the future by looking at some level of retreat. Like I say, the Bay Trail will have been built up. We'll see some new marshlands that are created, new tidal marsh that's created as sea level rise goes. And then we did incorporate in here the concept of a educational boardwalk that still gives the public the opportunity to get some access to the bay and maintain that connection. And again, all of this is, we own the GSA property, but the remainder of this property is we own in partnership, or it's owned by the state, and we operate it as part of the state park. So we'll be working closely with California State Parks at all this. So this is just another exhibit kind of showing the projection of a sea level rise and kind of how that would be addressed and incorporated in that. So really not until, like I said, mid part of the century, but nonetheless, something that we need to prepare for now. So with that, that concludes my presentation. A recommendation is again that we approve the concept site plan for McKay Avenue Crown Beach expansion and authorize staff to continue to move forward with analyzing the phase 1 project under the California Environmental Quality Act. So essentially what we're doing in short is asking you to approve what the project description will be that we will move forward under the California Environmental Quality Act. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Questions, comments? Board members? Member Rosario?
Just comment. Really happy to see the design where it pulls back the service yard and have contiguous parkland from where the new service yard is to the water. That's great. And then just to comment on the Glory of the Sea, that used to be that used to house the Sea Scouts, and I don't know if that's even a group anymore. So so maybe making that available as a community amenity to scout groups or people that don't necessarily need ADA, or we could set something up at the bottom. But yes, anything that the community could use that for, that would be that would be good. Thank you. The great plan though. I love that contiguous land.
Member Corbett?
Thank you very much. It's always very exciting to see this. We've been waiting a few years for this to get going, and hopefully we'll get to see a lot of it while we're still around. And I think before I say anything else, we should thank Doug Seiden for the work that he did a number of years ago to fight to get this piece of land.
Absolutely, yeah.
Something that we could use here at the Park District. He worked very hard to make that happen. We wouldn't even be sitting here talking about it. It'd be sitting underneath some other kind of building at this point. So we're impressed by that. And we get to see that there's going to be Crown Beach expansion and some proceeding to the analysis of the environment on the CEQA. And it's all going to be quite impressive. Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Do I need to repeat what I already said? Okay, great. All right, so thank you very much for that presentation. And again, thank you to Doug Seiden for the work that he did to get us going on this. Otherwise, we would just still be just sitting there with some other kind of building on the top. Also, it's impressive because we'll be seeing an expansion of some recreational uses along the beach as well. And, we're going to have to deal with the rise of the bay and determine a way to have places to use and places that once in a while be covered with water. So anyway, it looks great. And the fact that it's now 2023, I can kind of be excited that we'll be able to see some projects completed. And I just hope that we do move as quickly as we can to get some of these done. It'd be nice to be able to have Doug see some of this work completed.
I will say, and thank you for those comments, Director Corbett. I will say, I didn't include this in our presentation, and I should have, but we did run this through the capital, the CIP matrix that we've developed, and this project scores very high. So it's my expectation that that this would be something that would be a priority and would score very high to move forward quickly.
And it looks like we're on time with regard to any kind of funding we need or approvals, or are there any issues with regard to that?
As we continue to move forward with the environmental review, we'll be working closely with our grants team and our government affairs team to identify funding. I wouldn't expect this would be a highly attractive and fundable project.
Okay. And I know you've done a few days where you've gotten ideas from the neighbors and the community. But I would just ask, will we have an opportunity to do some more of that as we go along? Because it's going to take time to do all of this.
Certainly, we can always explore that. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
as this moves into design, of course, with the CEQA process, there is a requirement for additional public participation. So we will be doing that as part of, as part of the CEQA process as well.
Okay, and I can just tell you, representing that area, I bump into people all the time who want to know what's happening,
Yeah.
and when's it going to happen. And so we have a lot of people that are paying attention.
Good.
So thank you for that presentation. Is there anything else you want to add to it that'll help us
No, thank you.
understand?
Just ready to move forward and move it to the next stage.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member comments? John?
Yes. Thank you for laying that out beyond the presentation that we have in our booklet here. It really helps. But I've just been wondering, this is my first exposure to the title Glory of the Seas. And I've come to understand it's a historic building. I think you said Sea Scouts. Yeah, that's all I know. So can you elaborate on what that's it's an interesting name, but what's the explanation behind it?
It is an interesting name. That site was part of the U.S. Maritime Service Officers Training Center, and the Glory of the Seas building was built essentially to replicate the bow of a ship to some degree, and so they would be able to do whatever it is they do in terms of flag exercise and other things. That's the extent of the history. I don't see Mr. Moran here anymore. I'm sure he knows more. I'm sure it's got a long and interesting history there, but it's not on the top of my head right now.
Well, that's way beyond what I already knew. So thank you for that. And then the other thing I just wanted to say, and everybody's probably going to say this because they're thinking it. This is a really smart project. In terms of better utilizing the real estate there to make it more user friendly, pedestrian friendly, whatever, by moving things around. And also just, the whole business about, allowing for sea level rise. I mean, I think, I've only been on this board for a couple of months and I've run across references to that several times already because I know there's folks out there that are saying, well, what are you going to do about, you control all this property, how many miles, 50 miles or something along the bay. What are you going to do about it? Well, we have a plan. So this is part of it. And I really appreciate the knowledge and the willingness to recognize it and face it and plan for it. So good work on that. So
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Member San Wong.
I'm just looking for a few quick bullet points on how this project scores high on the CIP matrix.
Yeah. So one, it's it's within a developed community, so we're expanding parkland access just to that's highly accessible to the East Bay population. So that's one thing. It's accessible by transit. It is it will be Crown Beach is an existing facility, and this will just expand more access there. So it doesn't necessarily result in a huge new operational burden because it's not a new park per se. And it's just really an expansion and improvement of existing things. It'll also invest in improving our existing infrastructure, right? The Bay Trail, we're going to need to do something about that regardless. So it's not necessarily that we're providing something new, we're providing more resilient infrastructure. So each of these things are sort of points on our kind of CIP matrix in terms of something that would score high.
Any other board members? Hearing none. Well, yeah, I think this is a great opportunity. I mean, and all I want to compliment Member Corbett for her hard work, but also Doug Seiden, who I remember when I first came onto this board, that was a big legal fight to wrangle that away and get it in our possession. And I just look at it as it's a park designer's dream. I mean, what a lousy facility. That looked like a military base. I mean, run a road right into it next to a beautiful historical building. And then we didn't help by putting a corporation yard right around that Glory of the Sea building with a 30-yard dumpster within 20 feet of it. And so we have this opportunity to improve it incredibly. And I just look forward to it. I think it's great. I just hope I know the Glory of the Seas is kind of it's an old rickety building, but it does have lots of history. And like you were saying, Brian, it's curved. It resembles a ship. And as I played around up on the second floor on the quote bridge of the building, there is a wheel up there. And I drove that ship a number of times. Had it moved, I would have hit Redwood City or Brisbane or someplace over there. It's only a short distance, but just a great opportunities. And as Director Rosario said, I think community groups could use the lower floor. I mean, it's traditionally just stores heavy equipment in there now, but there's opportunities there. It's beautifully, architecturally beautiful from the outside. And gosh, we even had, I don't know if we should bring this up now, but if we're going to deal with Chief Cranes to be our to talk about our police paradigm or how we're going to do things. That was a substation. I built a substation there when I was a carpenter. And I think community policing and having people on site working in the same building as park rangers and interpretive staff, I think builds community. And we have that opportunity now. So those offices are still up there. And I would look forward to using that. Is that building on the historical register, any state or national?
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, I know. I understand that completely.
Yeah, it's an ongoing conversation. It is eligible for the National Register.
I understand it's eligible, but it's not, is it?
It's eligible for the National Register.
Okay. Keep those dozers away from that building. Anyway, any members of the public have any comments?
Ospey.
All right. Well, Director Corbett, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. And I would just like to say one more time, thank you very much for all the work that's gone into getting this as far as it has. And the time is finally breaking, going forward. So happy to hear that. So with that, I'd like to make a motion of that item to move forward. So that is improve the conceptual site plan for the McKay Avenue Crown Beach expansion and authorize staff to proceed with analyzing the environmental effects of the Phase 1 project under the California Environmental Quality Act at the Robert Cram Memorial State Beach Regional Shoreline. So moved.
Second.
And we have a second. We have a motion by Director Corbett, a second by Director Rosario. If there are no further questions, comments, or discussion, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call vote?
Yes, President Waspy. Director San Juan.
Yes.
Director Mercurio.
Aye.
Director Coffey.
Aye.
Director Rosario.
Aye.
Director Corbett.
Aye.
Director Eccles.
Aye.
And President Waspy.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brian. And
Thank you.
Thank Tanya also.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Our next item is the authorization to award a climate change impact hazardous wildland fuels reduction project to Falk Forestry Group in the amount of $7.5 million.
Green is good.
Technique glasses.
I will. Yeah, I know that's. It would be nice to see it, wouldn't it? I have the same thought. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Eileen.
Good afternoon. I'm Eileen Tiley. I'm the fire chief for the Park District. And today, I believe so.
Can you hear me? Now you can hear me? Okay, sorry about that. Eileen Tiley, Fire Chief for the Park District, and I'm here today to make a recommendation to you and ask you to authorize and award climate change impact hazardous wildland fuels reduction project to Folk Forestry Group. But it's not just myself that's going to help make the argument and the recommendation. I also have Assistant Chief Kari Haley here. I have Eric Fueler, the Chief of Government Affairs and Legislative Affairs. Almost got it right, Eric. And then I'd like to introduce to everybody, because I'm not sure you may have had the opportunity to meet her. This is Javon Law. She is one of our fuels reduction coordinators. She's also a registered forester, which the district has not had in probably 25 years or so. So really happy to have her here.
Javon.
So for our newest directors, I wanted to do a little bit of a backstory for you to kind of help you understand some of the things that we've been facing here at the Park District. We have a wildfire hazard reduction resource management plan that was implemented in 2010 by the board of directors. That plan identifies areas all over the Park District that need attention with regard to fuels management. And by attention, I mean a lot of things, mostly to protect our lands, keep them resilient, to protect the neighborhoods that we border, and to manage our forests, right? Because our parks are really managed forests and managed wild places. So while we were doing this work in late 2020 with boots on the ground, people like Javon and some of my fire captains noticed that there was something happening to a lot of our trees out there, and they were dying. They were diseased. They were just generally unhealthy, and it kind of appeared in a swath. We even flew over with Eagle, and I think some of the other board members can probably describe to you that we had these huge landscaped areas, about 1,500 acres for us locally across the Park District, where the trees were just dying. Now, we have been in the middle of drought, but it wasn't just happening in the Park District. It wasn't just a local issue. It's actually a regional and statewide issue. And I recently got a call from a fire chief up in Canada that said, yeah, they predicted that climate change is going to affect us in the same way. In about 10 years, we're seeing it now. What have you guys done? So big issue. It's kind of an incident within an incident is how we had described it. And we knew that we needed to do something, and we needed to do something sooner than later. So one of the things that we did first was to ground truth, to figure out exactly what areas of the Park District were being affected, and really trying to identify what the challenges were going to be as we move forward, trying to reduce the wildfire risk and to really try to responsibly treat these large scale tree die-offs. And we knew it was being accelerated by climate change. We knew it was going to get worse and not better, and that we needed to act. So to bring you a little closer in time, June 2022, last year, the board of directors, under a recommendation from us, approved an 80-acre pilot project in Anthony Chabot. And the pilot project was to be spearheaded by Falk Forestry Group. And they were going to help us resolve some of these challenges. So after taking a look at the project, it was the decision was made to use a carbonator, and you'll hear a little bit more about that in a few minutes. But the project, the 80-acre project, was it will be complete by this March, at the end of March. We met with the contractors over the period of this pilot project, asking them to make adjustments. They were very amenable to that, telling them we wanted a little more, we wanted a little less, just really working that relationship to see how things were going to go. And they've actually met and exceeded our expectations. So today, what we're asking you for involves a project right next to the pilot project, which is an additional 365 acres in Anthony Chabot. We're going to continue to use these new technologies while partnering with the contractors to create long-term solution for biomass management. And the idea here is that in doing that, we're going to promote sustainable forestry practices throughout the area and continue to lead and help others in trying to do the same. Because as I said, it's not just a local issue, it's a regional and statewide issue. So with that, what I want to do is introduce you or bring up Eric Fueller, and he's going to talk about how much he helped us.
Eric Fueller, Chief of Government and Legislative Affairs. And thank you, Chief Tiley. And thank you for bringing this issue to our attention when you did. It was one of those things where I saw on the Zoom, but needed to go ground truth it myself. And when I went to Anthony Chabot and saw the dead trees, I had an oh my gosh moment and said, this is a huge public safety emergency. So thank all of you and Chief Tiley for joining myself and my colleague Lisa Baldinger on many Zooms, probably about 24, with elected officials highlighting the statewide nature of this challenge and the need to begin to work here now. And the reason why we could do the work here and now was because we had the plan already in place. And that resonated with our delegation. We brought also Secretary of Resources Wade Crowfoot, Budget Chair Nancy Skinner, Deputy Secretary Jessica Morse, always hard to remember the two, and then also representatives from CAL FIRE to see the site. I believe also Assemblymember Alex Lee came on site to see the dramatic nature of having dead eucalyptus standing upright in thousands of them. And so with all those educational conversations and site visits, we were able to work with Senator Skinner and Senator Wachowski to secure $10 million in the state budget to begin the pilot project work. We actually asked for more, but I think in a way it was good that we got what we got because it enabled us to get going and spend the money in due time. Our advocacy didn't actually end with securing the money in the budget. We continued to work with Cal Recycle became the administrator of the grant. And so we continued to work with them and Kari was on many of those phone calls discussing our plans to use the carbonator as part of the way to meet the goals of 30 by 30, which would be to take this material that if it were to combust and if it were to catch on fire would be a huge carbon release. And so rather than it be in jeopardy of that, take the trees down and then use the carbonator to turn it into biochar, which actually sequesters carbon. So really a full cycle 30 by 30 goal and statement. And we were able to reach that agreement, and that's what the team behind you will tell us today. The last piece on an advocacy front is we were also able to secure $80 million in last year's budget for a grant program for ecologically sensitive vegetation management. So when the trees are removed and the space is cleared, should we decide to reforest or repopulate, there is grant funding for more drought tolerant and fire tolerant species to be planted. So just wanted to make those connections with, and that's also would identify or meet some of the goals of 30 by 30 in terms of a more resilient landscape. So just wanted to add those. What's that? 1 million? No, we got an $80 million program. So that we can go back to more than once. So it's actually in some ways better than just one-time money. Go ahead.
80 million?
80 million in the state budget for a grant program.
State budget.
So we can apply repeatedly, which is actually better in some ways because it takes time to do this work.
Not ours.
No.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Directors. My name is Kari Haley. I'm your Assistant Fire Chief. Very excited to present to you today about this project. A lot of work has occurred behind the scenes by our agency to get us to this point. We truly are witnessing history in the making. So let's talk about the project site. We're talking about 365 acres of unmanaged eucalyptus forest in Anthony Chabot Park. As you can see here on the project map, the project's broken up into multiple units. That's designed on purpose so that the project can be scalable. A portion of the unit, for example, was our pilot project. We broke off a unit so that we could test 80 acres for our pilot project. And now we're going to address 365 additional acres within Anthony Chabot Park. So let's get into some of the details of the project. We have a budget of $7.5 million for this particular project. We're talking about 365 acres. The duration of the project should take about 13.2 months. That's an important number because the money that we're receiving from the state has to be spent within a 2-year period. So we needed to have a contractor that would be able to get the work done within the 2-year work period. And on that note, our project is so large that when our 12 contractors bid it for this particular contract, they teamed together to form groups. And so Folk Forestry is really Folk Forestry, Ascent Forestry, and Earth Foundries as one team for our particular project. And that's how complex the project is that we're doing here for the 365 acres. We have low complexity, medium complexity, and high complexity acres. The medium complexity acres are the 222 acres you see there. It says mechanized equipment. So those are acres that can be easily treated using equipment like massicators that can get access to these acres pretty easily. Then we have acres that are medium complexity, and we have approximately 100 acres of medium complexity, and that's the technical mechanized treatment areas that you see listed here. Those areas we're utilizing equipment like the feller buncher you see to the left there, a little bit more slopes, a little bit harder to access, but you still can use technical mechanized equipment to access these areas. And then we have 43 acres of highly complex acres. Highly complex acres are extremely expensive to treat. We have 43. Just for to give people an idea of an acre, roughly the size of a football field. So when you think about the vast majority of the size of this project of 365 acres, it's a pretty large project that we're dealing with here. So 43 acres that are highly complex. These are areas that equipment can't access easily. These are acres that you have to hike in to make access. And we have multiple crews that the contractor will be utilizing to treat those 43 acres. Those acres are more expensive than the low complexity acres, but that's where we get that average number of 20,500. Also want to talk about the biomass portion that's going to be removed here. We have about 14,600 tons of biomass that's going to be removed. It's approximately 40 tons of biomass per acre. And that's where we get that number of 14,600. Additionally, when we talk about our contractor, Folk Forestry Group, we needed to have a contractor that would have the fleet that would actually be able to do this type of work and do it within the time frame that was needed. So by looking at the fleet that they were presented in the bid, we knew that they had the abilities to do the work, but because we had never worked with the contractor before, we didn't just want to go into a contract of this size with a contractor that we never worked with before. So that's where the pilot project was important for us to do, to figure out this contractor could perform to our expectations. So they were able to exceed our expectations. And some of the things that they put in place was an ICS management system, otherwise known as the Incident Command System. It's the same system we use in the fire service, same system that's used in the military. It's the system that the district used running the EOC. It allows us to have a system that's scalable. You can use it on a small or large incident or a small or large project. So that system was very good to have good control of the project and good oversight. On this particular project, they also included a project manager. Javon Law, our fuels reduction coordinator, is our project lead for the pilot project and for our next project. But we wanted to make sure that she had the ability to have the correct oversight so she could truly get into all the details of the project so we can make sure that it was meticulous and done correctly. So our contractor recommended and bid it to have a project manager attached to this project. So that will make it so that we'll have better oversight over the project. So this slide is depicting what an unmanaged eucalyptus forest looks like. Very thick stands. I think it was around 600 stems per acre. And if we were to have a fire here, it'd be pretty catastrophic, be pretty major. But also the forest health aspect needs to be addressed, and the recreational use. Aesthetically, this is not useful for the public to use for recreation. So we have 365 acres of unmanaged eucalyptus forest that we finally are able to have the opportunity to be able to treat because of the good work of everybody here at the district. So our Anthony Chabot pilot project is extremely important because it's gotten us to this point. Because of that pilot project that the board authorized back in June of 2022, we're now able to stand in front of you to present about the Anthony Chabot project of 365 acres. So we did a test pilot of 80 acres just to see how our contractor would be able to perform. And we learned a lot from that particular pilot project. Some of the things we learned was, well, I should say some of the things we accomplished having our burn permit approved. It's the LE5 burn permit from CAL FIRE. That permit was approved. And the details of that permit, you have to have a buffer zone at a minimum of 50 feet. You need to have an instant action plan and a contingency plan. There's a lot of different requirements to have an LE5 permit approved. We did an additional 300-foot buffer around the carbonator site so that we would have a processing facility that would be safe to operate. LE5 permits aren't always approved by CAL FIRE, and our LE5 permit being approved for the carbonator was the first time that that was approved in this unit, because we are the first agency to have the carbonator approved in this unit, or I should say this area, referring to the Bay Area. We also had our storm water permit approved. And that's important because we took an old gun range site that had been closed down and was contaminated by lead. Didn't have much use, or wasn't being used for much by the district because of the contamination site that has become because of the lead there. We were able to take an old site and turn it into a temporary biomass processing facility. But some of the things that we needed to do were additional permits to be able to have that happen. So the SWIP, or the SWPPP permit, allows us to be able to use it as a temporary biomass facility, and it put precautions in place so that our runoff water from that site does not affect our watershed areas. And that was something that the stewardship department helped guide us through. So we were able to work with them to get the stormwater permit approved. The biggest permit hurdle that we had to go through was the air quality board. That permit had never been approved by Air Quality District. We were the first to bring the carbonator to our air quality board. Similar equipment, like the curtain burner, looks very similar to what you see here as far as the carbonator. The only difference is that the curtain burner produces the biomass to ash, whereas the curtain burner produces the ash, the carbonator produces biochar. The last agency that wanted to get the curtain burner approved, they were able to get it approved, but it was only from 10 to 3. So that's 5 hours per day. This type of technology needs a longer burn period for it to have its advantages. So 5 hours was not enough time to have the curtain burner work. So moving forward with this project, we didn't know if our permit would be approved for what we needed to be approved for, but we were able to get it approved for 24-hour use. And that work doesn't just benefit the park district, but we paved the way for any other agency to come behind us and do similar work. So let's talk about 80 tons a day within a 12-hour work period. So we figured out that using the carbonator for a 12-hour work period, we're able to process 80 tons of biomass. That number was important because we're talking about going to contract for additional 365 acres. And we also needed to have the work done within a certain period. For us, it's now 13.2 months. And we needed to be confident that we would be able to process all the biomass within the time frame. So now we had real data because of the pilot project of how much biomass we could produce in one day. Another interesting fact, there's about 40 tons of biomass per acre. Lastly, I want to talk about here another interesting fact, which is 4,000 tons of biomass gets converted into 400 tons of biochar. That's a 90% reduction of the biomass. That has its advantages because if we were to transport biomass to facilities, we now reduce the amount of trucks that we would have to do to transport that material. In our case, we might use our biochar to be transported to local farms. Because we reduced the biomass by 90%, we now are only dealing with 400 tons of biochar versus 4,000 tons of biomass. So it was a huge reduction in the material. It reduces the truck traffic. It also makes the project safer because we are placing less trucks on the road by having our own temporary on-site biomass processing facility. And I'm going to give you some examples of before and after pictures of the 80 acres. So on the left, or the before picture, you can see an unmanaged eucalyptus forest. And the after picture shows a managed eucalyptus forest. And as you can see, there's a vast difference of the two pictures there. Good question. And here's another before and after picture of the project area. And another picture of the project area. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about the pilot project. And so some of the things that we learned from the pilot project that are still ongoing is that we are doing an in-use feasible use report where our contractor is meeting with different departments of the district. They've already met twice with various departments of the district, and they're also doing site visits so they can determine the various uses of biochar within the district. So far, some of the potential uses, we know there's an advantage for use of biochar at golf courses, in bioswale for creeks, filtration, and also in organic gardening and composting. Those are just some of the various options of uses of biochar. And some of the other options we're exploring is we have a potential pilot project over in Briones where we'll be able to use biochar to enrich the native grass in that area. Our final report will be due in April, and there's multiple phases of studies that we'll be conducting. There's long-term and there's short-term. And one of the short-term studies is the one that we'll have due in April. Some of the long-term studies is we would like to ideally be at a point where we'll be able to use biochar within project sites and team up with universities so that we can have published papers on the work that we're doing here. And so we're currently working and planning for the long-term studies, but those long-term studies could take as long as 5 years to have those results. So in closing, the East Bay Regional Park District is truly leading in innovative ideas of biomass and biochar through the reduction and using biochar as a way to fight climate change. I wanted to open it up to questions before we ask for the formal approval for the climate change. The big long word, thank you. Let me hit the next slide for the authorization to award the Climate Change Impact Hazardous Wildland Fuels Reduction Project to the Folk Forestry Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari. Any questions, comments from board members? Member Rosario.
Yeah, first off, Kari, I just wanted to say congratulations. I mean, it's been so fun to watch you grow into your position from firefighter to assistant chief, and this presentation is just kudos to you and how it was presented. So very fun. And to Giovanna, welcome to the Park District. And I just want to say that this is quite a fabulous project, and the But first, I'm going to start off with, I noticed that some of the, our own biochar, is that edible? Can we eat that? Actually, I'm going to bring that up in a second. But on the map, it showed that there's extensive tree work around the campground. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And so I was just going to ask about campground closure during that period.
Let me introduce Javon Law, our registered resident forester.
Hello, directors of the board, Javon Law, Fuels Reduction Coordinator. So to answer your question, there will be work that takes place around the campground, quite an extensive amount. It's in coordination, however, with the park ops team as well as stewardship team for sensitive resources and to accommodate for park visitation and campground usage. So the exact timeline of that particular portion of the treatment has not yet been decided on, but it's currently being discussed.
Great. But, I'm also impressed that that the project's been complete. I mean, 80 acres ahead of schedule. That's quite impressive. And so congratulate you on the oversight of that. And regarding to biochar, I know, well, is it just being stored there right now?
No, so the biochar that was from, that's a great question. The biochar that was from our pilot project went to local farms. And the reason why is different funding comes with different restrictions. One of the restrictions that comes with the funding from Cal Recycle is that part of the negotiations was that any biochar that the park district used on this project had to stay within district property. So because of that, we wanted to make sure that we didn't limit ourselves with the 80 acres of biochar that we had on the pilot project when we knew we had a potential of having 365 acres of biochar. So we're going to have plenty of biochar for us to make use of depending on the end use report.
Great. And then there's, I know when we visited with Jessica Morris in Sacramento, she was really high on this possibility of using biochar as fodder for cattle. And I believe the concessionaire at Anthony Chabot Equestrian Center, she's actually doing a program of promoting fodder, and I think it incorporates biochar. So there might be already somebody that can actually use it in a program. So
It's supposed to reduce methane.
yeah, I think it was. And so
Put it polite.
yes, as Director Coffey has mentioned, that it was feeding biochar to cattle helps reduce methane. So so I think there's going to be lots of different avenues to explore in using biochar. I'm just really excited that this project is going on, and we'll be used for the 365 acres that we're going to be doing, where the biomass generator site will still be in place at the gun range.
Yes.
Excellent. And then yeah, and I'm just impressed that we have just looking at the pictures of the carbonator, there is no smoke.
Yeah, there were so many hurdles with this project that we overcame, and just with the storms of 2022 and 23, road closure of Redwood Road, and that alone was a hurdle that we had to overcome.
Yeah,
because of that road closure. Yeah.
So no complaints from the neighbors, and I'm looking forward to this expansion. So great, thank you, and good job all around. Thank you.
Member Corbett.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Very impressive. Here's my questions. Are we looking at what percentage of this would we have to give away? I know some of it we can use, right? But is it 50% of our stuff, 90% we have to give away? Like how much would be necessary for giving out or giving away?
That's a good question. We're approximately, it's the 7th today. In beginning of April, our study will be completed. And once that study is completed, we'll have an exact number of the uses of biochar within the district. So right now, we don't have that answer yet because the study is still being conducted, but it's supposed to be completed by April 1st.
Okay. And is it something that you would use each year? For example, you come up with some percentage of what you need. Will you need it the next year and the next year and the next year? I mean, how much, how do we get rid of this stuff? How do we share it with others?
Well, biochar is a commercial commodity. It's when we had our contractor send the 80 acres of biochar to local farms, they were more than happy to take that biochar. And there are various uses. For us as an agency, there's a little bit more oversight that we need to have in place before we start using biochar within the district. And so those are some of the studies that we want to conduct before doing that on public land.
Mhm.
But there's already a full industry of good uses of biochar, and the study is going to give us the various options so we can maximize the benefit, or I should say potential benefit, of biochar.
Okay. And so what's the idea? Is this something we would give away or something we would sell? How would we deal with the biochar?
Some of the ideas are what we were speaking about earlier. So for using it for golf courses, using it within organic gardening, using it within areas for native grass restoration, bioswales for creek filtrations. Those are just some of the potential uses, but there's a lot more uses that the study will reveal.
Okay. And then others would pick it up and take it with them, or what would the program
there is
be?
an option of, I'll just dub it as the biochar giveaway program, but sure we'll put leaves on the bags. But yeah, there's various options but I have no doubt we're going to have plenty of uses of the biochar, but we're more focused on the benefits for the park district and how we can take biomass that did not have much of a use for us and turn it into a source that can be repurposed and reused.
And do we find that the biochar is something that is very healthy to others? Is it something that provides a healthy, sort of situation when you bring it to people's other places? Do they want it because it's going to help them drive their plants, their
Some.
what's the positive part of it?
So it can be, I'll give you an example of composting. So you can take biochar and mix it with composting, and biochar has features where it can absorb, or in some cases filter, depending on the uses that you want to use biochar for. It's a lot of different uses. One of the areas that has not been explored yet, but would be great if it does get explored, is the use of biochar for lead contaminated areas. And so there's potential for biochar to be used for that. But it really depends on your application and what you want to use biochar for, but it has a wide range of uses. And we were just trying to show some of those examples.
Okay. My last question, have we found that this is something that's very good for agriculture?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's a benefit to agriculture.
Absolutely. So the biochar that came from our project is considered very high quality biochar. And the reason it's high quality is because of the size of the biochar. It's very porous. And also the acidity levels were within an acceptable range. We had our biochar tested by a lab, so we were able to determine that. And so that biochar went to local farms, and then we'll be using it for farming. We currently aren't masticating or putting biochar within treatment sites because there's more information and studies we would want to conduct prior to just doing that.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have one last question. Are there any other programs in other parts of our country or even in the world where people are finding successes with this?
There are, but a lot of the successes are more on the local level. And so what we're doing here and why it's history in the making and a big deal is us as a large government agency, we will be definitely the first in our area to have a test pilot with biochar and hopefully the beneficial benefits of biochar.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
More coffee.
Would this work in the barbecue? Do you know?
It would.
It would?
It would. And I have a feeling it would give you a nice eucalyptus, flavor to whatever
That
you're
would be a
grilling.
good thing. Yeah. Director Waspy and I have been sitting up here doing some math, so I apologize if we're looking like we're distracted a little here and there, but I am admittedly a bit distracted. The vision I had when we got the $10 million from the state, which we all viewed as a real testament to the value we brought to the statewide issue in addressing the tree die-off with the support of our legislators, and it was a $10 million grant. I had the mistaken apparently impression that that was going to take care of a big chunk of what we needed to do, and it isn't. How much did we end up paying for the 80 acres?
We as an agency paid, thank you for bringing that up, but we as an agency paid $1 million, and the State Coastal Conservancy gave us another $1 million and funded 50% of our pilot project.
So it was a $2 million project for the taking care of the 80 acres.
Correct.
Trees. Does that include the biochar process, or is that?
It did.
That does include.
It did. And so when we talk, there's three tasks. Task 1 is initial treatment. Task 2 is the biomass processing, and task 3 is the feasible end use report. So when we use terms of the average per acre, we're combining all of the costs and simplifying it to, in this case, $20,500 per acre.
Director Waspy and I came up with $20,548 per acre. So it's.
Yes, that was yeah.
So we got it right. You see, there's a reason I was a history major in college and went to law school. I'm no good in math. And so he and I were dividing 7.5 million. But the context in which I'm concerned is I'm wondering about the efficacy of all of this, because we're spending, a little under $10 million just for 445 acres. And we have 1,500 acres of tree die-off that we've identified back then. So it's Eileen, it's for, and management generally is we're spending a lot of money. We're going to be covering 445 acres, which is the 365 plus the 80. And we're still going to have 1,055 some odd acres is my math left of the total 1,500 less of the Anthony Chabot die-off. And after spending the money we're spending on this acreage, with all that acreage remaining dead, are we, what's the impact we're having on future fire risk in that area?
I'll take this. So remember, if you remember, Eric had said that we'd asked for more money because at the time we estimated that we needed between 30 to 40 million just for Anthony Chabot. And that was with real-time costs at that point in time. That was our boots on the ground, doing the calculations, looking at bids from prior projects and understanding that was how much it was going to take, right? So we only got 10 million, and it does seem like an awful lot of money. Part of this whole plan in dealing with the tree mortality is we're trying to find out the most effective, efficient way of not adding to the climate change issue, right? So when a fire happens, it's not if, it's when, right? We have all that acreage of dead standing trees and communities not far away. If those trees were to catch on fire, it would be catastrophic. For that particular area, you'd likely get complete combustion and all of that release of carbon into the atmosphere, adding in an extreme way to the gases that cause climate change, right? So it wasn't just that we needed to remove the trees, it was that we needed to find an effective, efficient way of doing it and try to add to the tools we have in the toolbox. We're not going to use the carbonator for every single treatment area we have. We're going to use the carbonator in areas like this tree die-off, where we've got just a sheer, just sheer large amounts of tonnage that we have to find a way to get rid of. And it's costly. It's very costly to do that. In fact, one of the things that we didn't talk about, and Javon can tell you about it a little bit more, the machinery that the contractors are using, one's from Germany. It's a prototype, because forests have been managed like this in the process all across the world, but eucalyptus forests are a little harder on the machinery. They have hydraulic hoses that break. They need specialized kinds of tracking to get them up and down the hill. So we're breaking a lot of boundaries here, and it is costly. The contractors are actually coming out and tweaking the equipment to figure out, okay, we can use it in eucalyptus for 2 hours without it blowing a hydraulic line. There's a lot of firsts here. And so we needed more than 10 million, but we were just fine to start with 10 million to make sure that it was really a good use of time and money.
Well, I'm feeling better about it because you have reminded me. I do now remember you using that 30 million plus figure when all of this originally was, we were coming to the realization of the size of the problem. And that was the figure you used at the time. And that's what $20,500 an acre is going to run at 1,200 to 1,500 acres, whatever we end up doing. So I guess what I'm wondering is, once we complete this 445 acres, and you will feel comfortable that we've made a significant dent in the overall problem with that acreage and whatever else we're able to do to mitigate the problem. My fear is that it's such a big problem that until you throw a lot more money at it, it's just, pebbles in the ocean. Just how big an impact are we making?
Well, that term unmanaged eucalyptus forest is an important term, because we have unmanaged eucalyptus forest areas and we have managed eucalyptus forest areas. There's areas of Anthoshville right now that are managed eucalyptus forest areas. Those areas are safer when it comes to having fire, but also for forest resiliency. And so right now, having 365 acres of unmanaged forest areas it's historic that we're even fortunate enough to be in a situation that we can move forward with potentially treating all those acres. So for me, it's a very proud moment that us as an agency, we're going to be able to make the communities of Oakland, Castro Valley safer, but also we're addressing the problem there, which is the fire hazard problem. So from my perspective, this is a huge moment for us, something we should be very proud of, that the district and all the resources were able to come together to get us to this point where we're able to potentially treat 365 acres.
And we're not done.
Well, but from my perspective, we weren't able to get the additional funding right away, that we can complete this project and feel comfortable that we've made a difference, a significant difference to the residents, as you're pointing out, in nearby communities and the threats that are involved. That makes us all feel a lot better.
Absolutely. And the other thing is that we're leading. I mean, our tours that we're bringing out are the national, what is it? The Society of American Foresters are coming out. Oakland Fire is coming out tomorrow. Other agencies are very anxiously looking to see what our success level is. So we're paving the way for others to do the same, because fire doesn't know borders, right? And we're not the only ones with the issue. It's a regional and statewide issue. So a lot of people are paying attention to what we're doing, and then are invested in our successes so that, they can hopefully make steps to do the same thing that we're doing.
And just something that might be, helps me in thinking about the order of magnitude on this. I know we've talked about the 80 acres as the pilot. In my mind, the whole $10 million is the pilot, which is how that we were able to sell it to the state. So to Eileen's point, the number of eyes that are on this thing and looking at, the lessons learned so that we can then say that this could be scaled up with other agencies with outside help from our state and federal partners. So really, I would think of this entire project as a pilot for the Western United States.
And as we proceed, we are going to be looking for the $20 million more. We need to complete this 1,200 to 1,500.
We already started.
Yeah, we'll be back in front of you, I would just guess within 4 months, but there's already a grant money behind the scenes. There's a FEMA PDM grant of 1.5 million that we'll be coming back for. And part of the work that Javon was able to do with our team of dividing within units, it made it so that it was scalable. So we started with the pilot project. Now we're requesting the 365 acres. We'll be able to get an additional 80 acres with the 1.5 million that we'll be coming back later for. And as additional money is seeked, we might be back here, be able to present about additional work.
All right, I feel good about it. A much more parochial question, for what are we doing with Carquinez Strait and that 150 acres of uke out there that we built?
I can
burn.
Absolutely. So we just finished our 2023 work plan. And because we're able to spend down a lot of the FEMA money, right now we're funding a lot of projects with our general fund, or 5,500, which is why the district gave us that money. So one of the projects that's on there is the Carquinez area. And so we were able to have Folk Forestry Group at least give us an estimate of the cost of that particular project. The high end, if we were to treat the entire area, is approximately around $1 million. And we have different scalable options that we're still working on behind the scenes to figure out exactly how many acres that we're going to treat. I would say at a minimum, we're going to treat at least the burn scar area, but we were able to find out that we had the internal budget to move forward with that particular project. And that was something new for us because it was outside of our normal area of responsibility as a fire department, but we're able to work with stewardship to be able to get that work done so that 30 years from now, we're not in the same situation of an unmanaged eucalyptus forest.
And what I've been really interested in is the GM and I were out there a few days after the burn, and you could see where the airdrops came right down in the neighborhood down in Port Costa, very exposed. And so that will include, as I recall, some talk about reforestation with native trees in someday, and maybe we've been going after grant money, particularly in that area, because it seems like it would be a good candidate to see if you could replace eucalyptus in the very long term with native shrub and oak trees.
You're correct. And we as a department, we're handling the fuels reduction portion, and stewardship is handling the restoration.
And that's where I've heard that funding and pilot talk about that area. And so I'm very interested in that, obviously, with Port Costa's exposure and the long-term interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Corbett.
Can I just ask one last question? You made me think about it. When the trees are taken down, how do we make sure they don't grow up again? Because some of them are roots, and just chopping them down, they have to be, roots pulled out,
They try to come right back. They really do.
Yeah.
But so we have to go back in and maintain those areas, and that's really expensive. We have rough estimates already of what it's going to cost to maintain the sprouts that are already trying to come back. But that's part of the work that we do. We have to go back in. There's the initial treatment and then there's the maintenance portion. And as we maintain areas that we initially treated, then ideally we don't have to have them turn back into initial treatments. And so we will be going back in and maintaining what we've already accomplished.
But that is the point, to take them out altogether, not let them grow back if possible.
The stems or the trees that were removed, the point is, yes, to not have those particular trees come back. But you are correct. In some cases, they will try to resprout back, even though there's different techniques that we use to prevent that. Sometimes they do still grow back.
Okay, thank you.
President Wasby.
I have a few questions.
Member Senwag?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you for this presentation. This has been really good overview, and it's so nice to hear and important that, you know, we're really on the leading edge of this for the Western United States. I think that this is a timely pilot project. If we're thinking about this whole 10 million as a pilot project, you know, a few things occurred to me while listening to the presentation. I like the idea of partnering with universities and maybe also considering, you know, business schools and business school case study. I think with the manufacturer and maybe some of the scientific instrument companies, there could be an interest in trying to also highlight how this is a sustainable business case study in terms of being able to help a really important issue in our environment. So there could be potential there. And then the other area that I was thinking of in terms of, you mentioned, you know, lead contaminated soil, and just thinking about soil contamination in general. You know, there might also be another opportunity with the biochar to consider nuclear waste. I know this is a big topic in the area where I live with the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and thinking about, you know, some of the different contamination issues. I know there's at least one parcel where there used to be a nuclear laundry back in the 1950s, 1960s. That's still a contaminated site. And so I don't know if there's potential for the biochar to help on that effort, but that might be something else to investigate in the long term. And then also thinking about the biochar, I know that there's a pretty big effort as well in the area where I live, where there's a lot of homes with large lots, which means that there's a lot of green grass that needs to be watered. And certainly with limited water supplies, that can be an issue. So there's a big effort to turn that green grass into something more drought friendly. So that could also be a longer term potential in terms of the biochar giveaway program, I think is, as you called it, and a way to help some of our some of the communities located within the district.
Absolutely. Yep.
President Wasby.
Thank you. Member Eccles.
Okay, thank
Hi.
you. Yes, so I really want to congratulate our fire chief and assistant fire chief and everybody involved in this project. I think it is just incredible, the work that you're doing. It is groundbreaking, trailblazing. It is incredibly important. And I really appreciate the approach that Chief Tyler just talked about in terms of, you know, we need to find the most effective, efficient way to address the tree die-off so that we're not adding to the problem of climate change. You know, we are already on a downward spiral with these fires and with everything else going on. And so, you know, I just so appreciate the, you know, the innovative thinking and planning to lift us out of that and then set an example for the rest of the state and the Western region and, you know, frankly, beyond. You know, there are many parts of the world that are impacted by similar problems. And so really, you know, thank you. I'm so proud of the work that you're doing. It's such a benefit to the Park District and to others, and really am excited about all of the innovation and all of the knowledge being gathered, and, you know, really where we're going to go from here. And also excited for when you maybe someday hopefully come to Tilden and other parks in the northern part of the district. But you know, I know you're doing work there, but not with the biochar yet. So really just a huge thank you, and really appreciate what you guys are doing. It's huge. Guys and gals.
Thank you. Member Mercurio?
Yeah, I feel pretty well filled in after all the questions from the other directors. I kind of feel like this is an edition of 60 Minutes and you're Mike Wallace, you know? So, yeah, no, so I'm the last one. Almost, is that a compliment? I think so, yeah. So, yeah.
Chris, maybe.
Yeah. So I'm fascinated by this, and I frankly want to know more about it. So if there's an opportunity to go out and see it in action, I'm your guy. I want to go see. So yeah, thank you, and thanks to for all the good questions.
Member Rosario.
I just wanted to remind the board that in our advocacy the last couple of years in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., we've presented this problem as $100 million problem. And so any monies we get, we're welcome. I mean, we welcomed, of course, but we did present this as a $100 million problem. And it is really, when you think about from just cutting the trees to total restoration, it is $100 million. And so that's what we've been doing the last couple of years. And I just wanted to remind you that that's what we've been asking for. And I think we continue to ask FEMA for $100 million. So thank you. But
Absolutely.
great project. I mean, this is going to be, this will be a study. I'm sure it's going to be looked at statewide and nationally. So well done. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Buckle up. I got about 100 questions. I love this. I think this is just great. But a few questions. So but your slide projection and presentation was great. I'm really wondering when I get it with the carbonator now, but as we all know in a eucalyptus forest, those beautiful little linear poles, straight linear poles represented the trunk of the tree. What did you do with the brush?
Yeah, so some of the brush was masticated. Some of the trees that were thinned, we found out, I'll give you an example, some of the trial and errors that we learned with our contractor, if we were to masticate, which is kind of running over and chopping it up, if we were to masticate 6-inch diameter stems or larger, that was putting too much mulch on the ground. It was higher than 4 inches, and we have a prescription that has to be lower than 4 inches so that we don't disturb habitat, but also mess with the soil. And so we were able to have some of the trees are just thin, placed in the carbonator. Some of the tops are either masticated or placed in the carbonator, but there's techniques that the carbonator operator uses so that they can have the machine operate at the right temperature, but also burn hot enough so it doesn't produce a lot of smoke.
Great. And so I think the question was answered of the 80-acre project that we just completed or we're just about to complete, that didn't include the restoration component, which we look to and look forward to.
The restoration component to Anthony Chabot.
Of the 80 acres we just did.
Correct. It did not include, it was just the fuels treatment, the fuels reduction portion.
Yeah. And then that's a big component. And that's too bad. That's going to be expensive also because
yeah.
I would argue coming from IPM that making the forest more resilient and opening up that canopy and removing a lot of those eucalyptus that the oils that fall add to something called a liliopathy, where they actually cause native plants not to germinate. We left, there were some little nooks and crannies where we had bays and oaks coming up, and those were protected. So from my perspective, the first part of restoration is the removal of a lot of those dead and dying trees. And we can go back and do restoration first, but again, that would be something we'd work in partnership with stewardship on.
Okay, yeah.
Because we're spending our money on getting them out of there.
Okay, well, no, it's not a criticism.
No,
I just remember spending 6 months with a 10-person crew in Point Pinole, sucker bashing, as we called it, and because those things come back and they're very prolific. But I think it's Gonna be great. I look forward to it. So another question, we're really close on this pilot project to East Bay Mudlands. We also approved in the consent calendar, a request to apply for grants along with City of Berkeley and UC Berkeley. Do these folks, are they getting a feeling of any financial responsibility to cooperate and help us out with this?
Well, that $10 million grant opportunity that we're working with, that is through HEF, and that's in partnership with East Bay Mud, UC Berkeley, City of Berkeley, and ourselves. In that project, it was designed so that instead of having treatment areas that are patchy, which I think you're referring to, where we did the work on our property, but maybe the neighbor hasn't had an opportunity to do it on their property, we picked a project area up in the Grizzly Peak area that crossed multiple agencies' lands, responsibility areas, and we were able to tie in a fuel break by working together and applying for a grant for $10 million so that we can all work together and have one continuous area so it would not be patchy. So all the agencies, we all have that same challenge of trying to do as best as we can to, reduce the hazardous fuels that are on our property.
Well, I guess my only comment would be, I hope we can work with people like East Bay Mud, because if we do our project, we're protecting East Bay Mud from burning Castro Valley and Oakland. I mean, I think we should deal with it in an approach of a cooperation at this point. And I know you're doing quite well, so, but I hope we can bring that up later on. I love the way you guys are approaching this. I love the way Eric's group is approaching it. Bringing legislators out to this. I think it's nothing but a win-win for a legislator to win the battle of wildfires, to win the battle of what we do with the byproduct, to be environmental with all of the things we do. Eric, I hope you keep doing that. I think that a political bringing political folks out there. I jokingly, Javon, I'm just kidding sort of here, but it must have been great to bring the, the National Foresters Association, but they're a party and group, but I bet they don't have any money. I'd rather see an assembly member out there who can really do this. And state folks, which you've done, Eric, with the Wade Crowfoot and his group, bringing more legislators, bringing the board out there, I think would be really important. And university types, because I think somebody's going to win a Pulitzer Prize, or not a Pulitzer Prize, some kind of prize, a Nobel Prize for chemistry over this, or whatever. I think somebody can win an Academy Award for a documentary film showing what we're doing out here. So, and I remember somebody mentioned some Bay Area air quality management people. I personally know members of the board. Nate Miley is on that board. He's very concerned with wildfire. Pauline Cutter, the mayor of San Leandro, former mayor of San Leandro, was on that board, and she toured the district in the helicopter and understood the program. So that onerous group of people that say, no, don't put any smoke in the air, have really gotten the message, in my opinion, that we can't burn millions of acres every October and not burn a couple in May to kind of stop that from occurring. So I looked over the group of Bay Area air quality management peoples, Ken Carlson, new supervisor, Contra Costa County, John Joya, the new mayor of San Leandro is on it, Dave Haubert from Alameda County Supervisors is on it, Dave Hudson, the mayor of San Ramon's on it, Nate Miley's on it, and Mark Ross, where's he from? He's a city councilman, or Martinez. So this is a group of people that we can really lobby. This is a good thing to promote. We should get those people out there, show them what we're doing, show them the opportunities they have. And they, the California Air Resources Board, Eduardo Garcia, who we claim is the greatest champion of recreation and park districts. He's on the CARB board. Bill Quirk was on it. I don't know who his replacement is. They haven't updated the website, but these are local people that could really buy into this, and I think would be happy for us to show them around. You mentioned the giveaway program. I think it makes, I think it's incredible. We did this at the Cowth Valley Sanitary District once when we started our composting program. We said, hey, let's give the whole thing back. It makes sense. It could be really great. All of my friends and critics along the 10 Hills Trail who continually talk about our lack of stuff. We're doing stuff and we're spending a lot of money, but there's nothing better, in my opinion, than to do something like this and to bag this stuff up in a 50-pound sack and put a picture of Anthony Chabot Park on it and saying, hey, here's the deal. Help us out. Use this. The filtration stuff, I'm going to go off on a deal here. I don't know that much about chemistry, but I see the opportunities of using this as a filtration medium. Let's build a big tower in Lake Anza and filter the water through this and get rid of all the blue-green algae. That's crazy, I know. But I bet Matt Grohl could think of something to do with that. I'm just really excited about this program. I know it's going to cost a ton of money, but I can't help it. People won't jump on board this and be a big part of this if we can publish it or, publicize it, get buy-in from legislators, resources people, the educational community. I just think it's going to be the next best thing for the Park District.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Thanks for everything you're doing. Anybody else? Members? Oh, Kelly.
We have two members of the public. We have Kelly Abreu and Jim Hansen.
Excellent. Kelly, go ahead.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
All right. This is the furthest thing from Mike Wallace of CBS New York. This is more like David Attenborough of the BBC or Indiana Jones of the rainforest. And when he talked about how it has to burn for many hours, this is a large thermal mass. You cannot heat up a large thermal mass up to a high temperature and then cool it down and do it fast. It has to be done slowly. And it's not an issue of managed versus unmanaged forest, but more of an issue of high density versus low density forest. This Bay Area Air Quality Management District, it can't manage this like a voluntary activity, like driving a car. Can't just tell people, oh, you're going to stop driving your cars or drive electric cars or whatever. That's fine. They can do that. But in this case, this carbon is going to get released one way or another, sooner or later. And it's when it burns down, it could take a lot of houses with it. So that's why what you're doing here is a good thing. Now, that question about is biochar good for farming? Well, this district is not innovating. It is resurrecting a traditional agricultural technique called terra preta that was specifically developed and deployed on a continental scale in the Amazon to promote farming, to allow farming 1,500 years ago. The Amazon basin is almost as large as the continental US. It was covered with terra preta. And as biochar is it's just branding and relabeling. Os povos indígenas da Amazônia, they did regular burns to manage regrowth. I don't know how we're going to do that, but that's how they did it. Now, there's a UC Berkeley paper from March 25, 1 year ago, March 25th, titled Biomass Stocks in California's Fire-Prone Forests by Battle. Prior to European colonization, California forests were made up of fewer trees and therefore stored less carbon. And the Sierra Nevada stored 25% of the carbon in the 1900s that they stored in the early 1900s that they stored today. So current climate projections are saying that we need a significant reduction in density for the forests to be considered resilient to droughts and wildfires. And there's fundamental trade-offs that come with forest management. That's you can't have reducing fire hazard, storing carbon, managing water supplies, protecting biodiversity. Given the fundamental function of forests, they say these objectives cannot all be simultaneously maximized. 75% reduction in forest density will be required, according to those to Berkeley. And
Kelly, you have 30 seconds.
This technique at $20,000 an acre is obviously, as Director Coffey pointed out, this thing is absolutely unaffordable, but it can be applied to urban wildland interfaces, and you can justify very high costs in the name of not burning down suburban developments. But you can't do this for the whole Sierra Nevada. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Hansen, you have 3 minutes, sir.
thank you, members of the board and staff. Thank you for actually explaining the intricacies of this project in much greater detail since it was first introduced. I wanted to just make a note that the photos showed, at least at Chabot, the thin eucalyptus stands, which I would understand would become the managed eucalyptus areas. Just a couple of notes and quick question. We know that these are very thirsty plants, and perhaps part of the reason they've been so stressed is after the 5-year drought, which unfortunately we know is not going to get any better over time. So this is a complex area, but we know that the wildfire plan does call for converting mature eucalyptus forest to more fire-safe vegetation type. And then also replacement of eucalyptus with grassland and oak bay woodland, excuse me. And this is consistent with what many environmental groups have been supporting in terms of remove, restore, and reestablish. So just a quick question, if any of the stands in Chabot would be prepared because they're either near a stream, which they do desiccate because they take so much water, or just strategically from a fire risk standpoint, and removed and then created into oak woodland. So thank you very much.
So to answer your
Thank you, Jim. We'll get you an answer. I would suggest if there's no other questions or comments, and if I could, unless anybody's more excited about this than me, I'd like a point of privilege to make the motion. All right, thank you. I move we pass this resolution.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by firefighter Rosario. If there is no further discussion, Madam Clerk, will you take the roll call, please?
Yes, President Waspy. Director Eccles?
Aye.
Director Corbett?
Aye.
Director Rosario?
Aye.
Director Coffey?
Aye.
Director Mercurio? Director San Juan?
Yes.
And President Waspy.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Boy. Time is it? All right, we'll move to General Manager's comments.
All right, thank you, President Waspy. In the interest of time, we wanted to just give you a very quick verbal update on the storm damage that we have out in the park. So I have AGM Gorgon here, and I know I sent out an information memo to you. Maybe it was yesterday. I'm losing track of time. But certainly if you have follow-up questions, probably we could take those offline on specific parks. But Lisa.
Hi, good afternoon. Lisa Gorgon, Assistant General Manager of Park Operations. So quick follow-up update from the memo that we sent, I think, yesterday. So there's still 5 parks, the 5 parks that were the memo: Del Val, Don Castro, Garen Myers Garden, Sunol Wilderness, and Redwood Canyon Regional Golf Course. They're still closed. Also, the Sunol, not the wilderness part, but the entry into Sunol has also closed due to a mudslide on Geary Road. So we're working with Alameda County to understand when that will open back up. Also, it did snow over the weekend, and so that in Sunol, and so we're really all of the trails there. There's over 20 trees down, and so just wanted to give you an update on the status of those. Will be cleared once we have at least 4 or 5 days of dry weather. So that work is pending on the weather. With regard to Del Val, there is a board tour coming up on March 24th. And so we're really looking forward to taking that opportunity to share with the directors the different areas and how they were impacted. So they were impacted in sort of multiple ways: the flood of the flooding from the lake coming up, but then also from the creek by the campground rechanneling. So lots of different ways that park was affected.
Also, I did want to mention at Don Castro, the fishing lake is closed. And so we've been working with public affairs and park staff to help with the messaging on that, because that's been a real impact to the community who uses that recreational facility. We have about 180 areas that have been identified as needing to be repaired or have incurred significant damage. And already we're looking at over about 10 million in repairs, and that number will probably go up. So we're working with across the agency, park operations, ASD, finance, grants. I guess they're also finance. So just lots of heads together about how we can really assess the damage, understand the scope, and prioritize.
All right, thank you, Lisa. And I think that's an excellent idea. If you have any questions of Lisa or her staff, contact her offline, unless there's something pressing right now. Hearing none, thank you very much. Anything else? Nope. Okay, we'll move to board comments, and I'll start with Director Eccles, and we'll move from this end to that end.
Great, thank you, President Waspy. I will make this quick in the interest of time. So I'll start with February 28th. I met with the ASME 2428 Chief Stewart Meadow Darcy, and on March 1st attended the board executive committee meeting, and on March 3rd was really happy to finally we were able to do the award ceremony for the Radke Champion in Advocacy Award for Rebecca Bauer-Kahn, and just want to say again how much I appreciate her leadership on protecting the environment as well as her support for the Park District. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Remember, Mercurio.
Yes, thank you. On February 22nd, I attended the Finance Committee meeting. On the 24th, I was interviewed for Yolanda's evaluation by Dan Keene. Also on the 24th, I was a non-participant in the Legislative Committee meeting. I watched it. Also on the 24th, I responded to a request from Colin Clark from Contra Costa Transportation Authority to meet. We talked about, a lot of it was about funding that's available, transportation funding for trails in Contra Costa County. And I was, of course, most interested in Ward 6. So we had a long discussion about that. Let's see, on the 25th, I attended the Briones pilot project meeting out in Briones that some of the other directors did. Also on the February 28th, I went to Black Diamond Mines and met with Kevin Damstra and some of the other people who are involved in the archives there. I was interested specifically in learning about the archives that they have there. Brenda Montano was there too. And I had no idea there was so much there, and such a great resource for researchers and anybody who is interested in history, which turns out is just about everybody. Let's see, on March 1st, I was again a non-participant. I watched the board executive committee meeting. On March 2nd, I got a briefing from staff on basically the same stuff we just had here for the South Los Trompas land use plan. And then yesterday, along with a couple of my colleagues here, attended an event honoring Congressman Ro Khanna, an award that he was given, a statewide award by the California Special Districts Association, and that was in Fremont. That's all.
Thank you. Member San Juan.
Yes, I'll be quick since I know we all go to a lot of the same meetings. I do think it was interesting, on the 24th when we had our legislative committee meeting, I think there was a joke made about how we should expand recreation to include skiing and snowboarding. And then that weekend on the news, all I saw was the segment about skiing on Mission Peak. So and sledding. So I thought that was very interesting. That we had that conversation during the legislative committee meeting. One thing I'll share, this past weekend, I ended up taking a 15-year-old to this teen job fair in Pleasanton. And I was very pleasantly surprised to see our lifeguarding unit for East Bay Regional Parks there. And I got to hear the spiel, and I did not mention my role with the Park District. And I can report that they did an excellent job in terms of talking about the opportunities for teenagers within the lifeguarding unit. So that was really nice to maybe be a little bit undercover and hear that.
Great, thank you. Member Coffee.
Yeah, I apologize. It was actually a busy couple of weeks for me. I attended the Finance Committee by YouTube on the 22nd, and the Ledge Committee prep meeting I have with Government Affairs folks on the 22nd. On the 23rd, I attended a Institute of Local Government webinar on advancing climate equity strategies for local governments. And one of the topics that attracted me to this webinar was it featured one of the chief planners for Contra Costa County on its update of its general plan that it's been undertaking for actually a couple of years now. And he addressed at length how they're taking into effect equity issues in how they're designating land use and how they're prioritizing various land uses. And I was very interested in that, and had a brief conversation with Brian Holt about how the Park District will interact with Contra Costa County and its planners on these issues, and learned a lot. The John Muir Land Trust held its annual kickoff presentation on its expectations for the year to come. That was on February 24, and I attended on the 24th as well, the Ledge Committee that Director San Wong just mentioned. And on the 25th, I too attended the Briones Public Outreach session on the pilot project. I want to really congratulate Jim O'Connor and your team, Sean Dugan, his team, and all the planners. We had 50 plus people, you think? More than that. I had a lot of folks out there. Director Rosario, Director Mercurio were there. You can't understate how much it paid off to realize that you put, I'm looking at Jim, half a year or more into prep for this. This is not just a pilot project in this presentation, because you had lots of, by its nature, very skeptical people attending that session out in the park. A lot of mountain bikers, but hikers and equestrians and habitat and open space conservationists and people who are really in the forefront of all the concerns that Jim, your planning to do something is coming to fruition in that pilot project. And my observation was, as difficult as it was for all of you to handle those breakout groups and the challenges these people presented, very concerned, very involved groups of stakeholders. I think they went very skeptical. They came away a bit impressed and less skeptical, I think, of the plans, simply by Lisa's not all the effort they saw in the detail that went into this, including detailed maps, detailed explanations of what was what, and the idea that this is a pilot. Yes, you have questions. We have those questions too. So I was very impressed by the work that went into it, and congratulate you and all the folks that were involved in doing that session, because I think it makes me feel better about the prospects of the pilot project itself, that all these folks came away with a willingness to, put some effort into it, especially the mountain bike community. On the 27th, I observed the PAC meeting. On the 28th, I had a one-to-one, speaking of John Muir Land Trust, Linus Uckel does this. His activities largely are in Ward 7 of the John Muir Land Trust. And we had a one-to-one in going over the land trust's various property interests in northern Contra Costa. That was a fascinating couple hours I spent with Linus. On the 28th, I attended the Marsh Creek Watershed Council up at Big Break, an in-person meeting for a change. This is a group led by the Contra Costa County Resource Conservation District to create a watershed council for Marsh Creek, mirroring other watershed councils in the county. On the March 1st, Executive Committee. On the 2nd, I attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference in Orinda. And on the 3rd, I interviewed, spent a couple hours with a prospective PAC member appointment that I'm considering and hopefully will soon be bringing to the full board for appointment. I'm waiting to see if she's still interested after spending a couple hours at Bay Point with me. On the 3rd, I attended the Rebecca Bauer King-On Radke Award ceremony at Inspiration Point. I want to mention a webinar I attended yesterday, I believe yesterday, 2.5 hours yesterday morning. It was by those of you on exec committee. We had Annie Burke at our exec committee the other day, and she described this webinar. It was hosted by, or actually presented by, Redbud Resource Group, which is a Native American advocacy group based in Sonoma. And the topic was going beyond land acknowledgements. It was designed for those of us who are into Northern California land management, and in recognition that there is widespread land acknowledgement going on these days. And there are paths that all of us can go on to go beyond it and to better incorporate the Native American history and culture and current presence into what we do. The afternoon I spent with the Port Chicago Bar Task Force on exoneration, and there was a focus on what next steps will be taken. Unfortunately, the legislation in the Defense Appropriation Act that Congressman DeSaulnier was promoting didn't make it through the U.S. Senate. So this is now the focus of exoneration efforts. Where do you go from here? And I'm leaving for last. I had an adventure of a lifetime on Sunday. I spent 2 hours in Eagle 7, touring Ward 7, and the purpose of my actually going up in the air and spending valuable time with our air support team, Ernie, Josh, and Fred on the ground out in Hayward, was in perfect follow-up to the Briones pilot project that I was just describing, because they asked what what do we want to focus on? So we passed and went around and around the Alhambra Creek side of Briones, and I was able to look at this project in my mind. I got the maps down and look at it from 1,200 feet looking down, and it was very informative just to have this perspective of that park and that part of the park, and understanding as I have that is a huge park, but being in Eagle 7 and looking at the mass of humanity that surrounds that park, the deep forestation, the dense forestation in that park, and you know exactly why we have this issue of heavy use for one, and unfortunately unlawful trail creation. It was a very useful exercise for me, and I really appreciate the time the officers took to take me up there and explore. And they had every park in Ward 7 down, and we did the whole tour. And it gave me a real thrill to be able to get that perspective of my ward from Eagle. And again, appreciate their time doing that for me. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Colin. Member Corbett.
Hi. So I just have a few. So first on the 22nd of February, Finance Committee, I attended that. On February 25th, I attended this just makes me sad. The celebration to celebrate the life of Richard Valle, our supervisor, who's no longer with us. I know we already adjourned in his favor at the last meeting, but people from all over the county area and beyond were there. It was an outdoor event and it was a little bit cool, but so many people were there to celebrate and remember all the wonderful work that he had done in supporting all of us. On the 28th of February, I had my interview with Dan Keene. And then the one last thing I would say is March 1st, we celebrate Women's History Month. So I hope everybody is taking advantage of that this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Member
Oh,
Rosario.
I wanted to mention one more thing. This is not really a work thing, but one of the reasons I wasn't busy doing other park things is that you all know we had some pretty bad weather over the last several weeks. And unfortunately, I live near a creek. And so a lot of my time has been spent with FEMA and the SBA and just having conversations with what this is all about and the impact. And I only mention that not to make people feel sorry for me, but just to know that there's so many people who live, probably people who work for us and people who, live in the park areas have been impacted by this weather, by the tough weather that we've had. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rosario.
Thank you. On 2/22, I attended Finance Committee. 2/23 had my interview with Dan Keene for the Clerk of the Board's evaluation, our input there. On the 25th, I attended the Briones Pilot Project presentation. I also want to second Director Coffey's comments. I thought it was very well done. And thank you. There's a lot of preparation. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. And then on 2/27, I met with Amos White. He's with the 100,000 Trees, and he's also, I guess he's part of the state and the county now. And so the question I have for staff is, do we have any idea of how many areas in the park district that actually need planting? I can't, yeah, either restoration or, even replacement trees. And I don't think we have a district-wide. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we can follow.
Yeah,
up.
we can follow, I can take the answer offline. And then also on the 27th, I attended the PAC meeting. I think I just watched.
30%.
Oh, did I present that one? God. Ring. Yeah.
I did well.
And then on 3/1, I attended the Oakland Mayor's Commission on Aging. I'm part of the open space stakeholders, and we've got a project to build a multi-generational playground somewhere, either in Lake Merritt or right next or right at the senior center there downtown. And then on the 2nd, I met with Jeanette Dong of Alameda County Health System. She was formerly of the city of San Leandro. I want to hook her up with, she was curious about our Healthy Parks, Healthy People. She wants to get involved, so I'm going to make a contact with her and Mona Ko. On the 3rd, I attended the Ted Radke Award. She picked the right day. It was it was very stunning, and she's always such a pleasure to be around. And then on 3/6, attended the CSDA award with, for Rokana in Fremont, and directors Coffee and Curie were there. Yeah, he's he had an interesting perspective at what's going on in Washington, and I think his award is very well deserved from the special district, because he was the one that really pushed forward recognition of special districts in the country. So kudos to him, well deserved. And then today, and then I apologize, I forgot to ask a question in consent, and it doesn't change my vote or anything, but I just wanted a clarification on how long things are kept on the website. I just wanted to make sure that just because it disappears from the website, that it's those items are either archived or can be accessed. Okay. And then just a comment too is that for Women's History Month, or recognition, when I think it would be nice to have on our website all of the women who served on the board of the directors, have their pictures up on the and have a little bio, because there haven't been that many, except for just in recent years. But in the past, it was all mostly men. I think Dr. Aurelia Reinhardt was the first, and then there was a huge span of before. I think Mary Jeffords might have been the next one, but I could be wrong. But it would be nice to see them recognized on our website as former board members and women, and so that'd be great. So that's it for me, I think. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dee. On February 24th, I attended a legislative committee meeting. On the 25th, I attended Richard Valle's community celebration. Wonderful event and a great guy. On the 1st, I attended the executive committee meeting. On the 3rd, I attended the pre-meeting. And also on yesterday, I went to Rokana's celebration as legislator of the year from CSDA. I also spoke to Amos White, interesting, dynamic guy. And he wants to plant a lot of trees and wants to partner with us. And gosh, I hope we can accommodate him. I know it's a difficult task, but he's a good guy. And that's it. I want to thank everybody here that stuck it out. Great presentations today. And I think we spent a whole lot of money and for really, really great things. Yes, I got Director Eccles first because I knew I'd forgot. Hi, Elizabeth. Do you have anything else?
Oh, yeah. Well, I just realized after I did my quick review that I only did the first week of those 2 weeks. So I'll just very quickly again. So just wanted to mention that on the 25th, I also attended the celebration of life for Supervisor Richard Valle, as well as in the afternoon, the celebration of life for former Mayor Janet Abelson. And then on March 6th, I had a meeting with Supervisor Joya and representatives from the Watershed Project. And then I also did have the meeting with Dan Keene regarding the board performance evaluation for our clerk. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So anyway, anything else for the good of the order? If not, thanks again. Great day. We're adjourned.